One, that's better. Now we're on the right mic setup. I don't know why it decided to be a little weird, but we're fixing in real time, as you can see. But it is Sunday night. Welcome to the channel. I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. It is time for some more Witcher Roads Home. As you can see, we have some people, I have some friends here who are happy to play this game with me tonight. And are gonna just fix this as we work because it's great. Gonna go around and introduce everybody and let them say who they are and where you can find, you know, all that good stuff, who they play and all the important stuff, right? All the important stuff. So why don't we start to my right on the overlay. With Billy. Hey Billy, how are you? Wow, I know my right from my left, right guys? Right? Yeah. Billy, hey Billy. We can't hear you, Billy.
I'm great. I just burnt my hand on a cooking pan, which yeah.
Go get some vitamin E ointment, we'll come back to you.
It's not bad. It's just like ooh, pain, and then you look at it and it's fine. So it might swell up a little bit, but
Vitamin E on it now will prevent it from swelling at all.
You're under the assumption that I've got that shit lying around.
Wait, how does your kitchen... Okay, look, this is my PSA for the day. 2 things that belong in everybody's kitchen. Listen to me now. Vitamin E ointment and salt in a big thing right next to your stove. Both of those things.
Mm-hmm. Also, third thing, fire extinguisher.
Yes, but I'm saying the fire extinguisher is number 3, but, you know, grease fire, salt, burn your hand, vitamin E, bigger fire, fire extinguisher. There you go. Billy.
And now I know.
Yes,
Thank
now you know.
Prax. I have a big thing of salt. It is garlic salt.
That doesn't count.
That doesn't count? Well, then, fuck. So, I gotta get vitamin E. Gotta get a big thing of regular salt, like demon-repelling salt?
Yes. You know, it serves multiple purposes.
Big thing of Morton salt, you know, those big canisters. You get
with a pitcher.
You keep it nearby at your stove. Or if you're from Key West, you don't use the salt for that. You have just a bucket of sand that is in your kitchen. The thing you use that for.
Yeah, but the
Billy,
rest
what
of
would
us...
you do if demons showed up?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
the salt covers multiple purposes.
Sand, not a whole lot, but if I had salt.
Exactly.
So...
Also, it doubles for the purpose of helping make sure that you can put the appropriate amount of salt in your pasta water.
Yeah. Okay, so a question about pasta water. Could you put olive oil in that, or is that a worthless tactic? Just the salt?
Just the salt. You boil the water. You add the salt once it's boiling because the salt is going to lower the temperature of the water and make it take it longer to boil. You don't add oil at all. You add oil after you drain it to prevent it from sticking. But just putting oil in the water is just going to float on top. It's not going to do anything because it's not going to actually get on the pasta.
The only thing that the oil does whatsoever is for your more humid climates, helps keep things from boiling over. That's it.
Or you could just put a wooden spoon across the top of the pot.
I've never done
that. You could do that, but again,
is that the same philosophy?
If you're one of those college students that don't have a wooden spoon that you can do that with, and you're doing that hot pot cooking, just a little oil.
So my family did this, like a Pennsylvania thing, that when they got their beer and it was really heady, they would like wipe their finger on the side of their nose and then stick their finger in the foam, and then it would like make the foam go down. Is that the same thing with like oil and foaming, like bubbling?
You mean the wooden spoon across the top? The wooden spoon across the top of pot
/ oil, because you'll have oil on your nose, right?
Well,
from like
yeah,
day-to-day
but
existence.
that's
or you just pour the beer properly, as taught by a German in Germany, so you don't get a head that's too big.
What?
Yeah, sure, but we're talking like, you know, high volume Western Pennsylvania bar.
Yeah,
the beer has a lot of head, and then you wipe not the bartender's nose oil, because that would be gross.
Just pour it better.
Look, you're gonna have extra air in the lines. No, we're saying this. We're saying it's, and as Hawkeye says, it's not the oil on your fingers. It's the salt in that's going to disrupt the bubbles. It's the salt that you're coming off your skin. But why are we talking? We talk about the strangest things. Hi everybody, we're playing Witcher, but no, we're not. We're gonna talk about shit Ted first.
No, I'm Strength Save / Bill of the Forest / however you know me. And I'm playing Ardzo in Ardzo's homeland with his family. And about to have dinner with his sister, who may or may not have tried to get him killed on purpose or on accident. Lots of things potentially going to happen. We're going to find out a lot of stuff.
Lots of things potentially might happen. Lots of things. Speaking of, I don't have a transition for this one today. Hey, Trooper, how are you?
So, I'm Trooper, but just real quick, I would like to know how one accidentally puts a hit out on their brother. Like, how does one accidentally set up a situation where you steal something very, very important to a higher vampire and then make it seem like one with the face of one brother, the name of another was the one who did it, so that then they would be murdered, and also sort of like keep like a little birds out to sort of like track people's locations so they could actually come and send assassins towards you. I want to know how that happens accidentally, because like, was this like did you trip and fall? Like kind of like a Jack Tripper thing in like Three's Company, and in the process of falling, you accidentally signed a bunch of like, hit person notices. Like, Billy, I have questions.
I
Me
still
too.
want to know how you just, find a higher vampire.
Yeah. I just have questions. Anyway, I'm Trooper SHP, and I'm playing Math Varen, who is and I'm sure he will tell you because he would want you to know. He's the third child of a noble house of Magturga, and he's also a druid in one of the biggest druid circles down there in the south. And he's also pretty awesome. He will tell you that as well. And not at all creepy or socially awkward.
As one says when one likes people.
Oh, yeah, he really likes people.
People is a complicated term. Hi, Pope. Thanks for joining us. Welcome to the chaos. We hope you're having fun.
I'm having fun, but this is a strange world in which we are entering, folks. I'm still hung up on how does one go about finding a higher vampire? Is there some sort of app involved? Like, is there a grinder for higher vampires? I'm sad Lindy's not here to answer that question.
The answer is yes. You don't have to ask that question. The answer is yes. Hi, Lindy. We love you.
Okay. And like, there is just again, everything in my mind is comic book, and there's just the most awkward series of panels of Math picking up my child because they're one of my favorites and placing them on my shoulder, as you do, because they're one of my favorites. And that being a series of panels that we will see tonight, along with an incredibly awkward familial dinner that may or may not have the features of additional sucking chest wound or surprise necrophages or any of these other interesting guests that may be appearing at dinner tonight.
Let's just hope it doesn't end like that big dinner at the cliffhanger of that one season of Dynasty at the wedding at Moldavia. That's the Moldavian wedding. Let's just hope it doesn't end like that. That'd be bad.
There's a history with a number of people gathered here when it comes to weddings, celebrations, dining. Lots of problems with dining. So we will see if those issues continue in this story. Hey everybody, I'm Pope and I get to play Durin Rasmi. Both of us use he, him pronouns, and as you can tell, there's going to be a problem. I just don't know what yet.
Well, on that happy note, hi everyone. I'm Prax. I get to be the GM for this wonderful evening of storytelling, drama, caves of Mahakam, large holes in walls,
And people.
and remains of foglets, a unfortunately suffering dwarf who had a stabilized sucking chest wound.
And also for Lindy, arm juicing,
Yeah, there's
leg
that.
squeezings.
There was that.
With pulp.
Yeah, that was earlier. That's not on tonight's menu at all. But we need to get back to where we were. In the joyous halls of Mahakam, as the sounds of anvils and ring out. Right now, still ringing even in the background, as you can hear, even though the forge of one Master Durin Ramsey is quiet. Right now, you have a big ass hole in the wall, through which you watched a Volvor leave, and a number of foglets die. Ardzo, you managed to stabilize the sucking chest wound that Durin Ramsey suffered from the end of last session, but he is not treated yet. Luckily, he only needs much lower treatment.
Well, then let's treat it.
And Math is just sort of like, is going to go and sort of like just look. It's not going to really care about strangers being injured, but it's just going to sort of go and sort of like look at the hole in the wall and sort of just do a little bit of investigation because, you know, one can be curious about these things. So just like what's in there.
All right. Do you need from me the hands that heal?
You managed to stabilize, but I'm sure he would like to at least begin being treated from a sucking chest wound.
All right. Straight healing hands?
Unless you wish to add a diagnostic to that.
Yeah, that would be the smart thing.
I mean, your choice. I'm not making any decisions for you.
22?
Yes.
Diagnose?
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Means
so
you
that
get-
adds... Go ahead.
That means you add to the... What is your body score again, Pope?
That is a 9.
Cool, so you only need 6 treatments to... You get...
I'm ready to rock.
We're also worried about your health, but
Yeah, we're worried about a lot of people's
the
health.
Salmon?
Yes!
Because of the salmon? Okay.
yeah, there's
Just to fill everybody in.
There's a conversation going about salmon.
Yeah, in the green room. Because I just cooked some salmon, that's why I was running a little bit late. And it was taking a little longer to cook than usual. And so like it had been sitting sealed in the fridge for 9 days. It was sealed, but I cooked it really hot, right? 420 degrees for 2 minutes. Like there ain't a living thing on this salmon.
Billy,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about you, but I'm a fan of the works of Monty Python. Have you watched The Meaning of Life?
That's gonna be a no, Pope.
There's a particular scene that involves the salmon moose.
Yeah.
And it also involves a person who is saying the salmon moose being deaf.
Uh-huh. Go on.
A lovely couple had another lovely couple over for a wonderful meal, and they all died of food poisoning.
Okay, so that can happen. But what if it does? What are the odds, though? We're like, let's talk.
See, the thing you have to understand is it's not what's. If you, when was the pull day date of the salmon? Did you buy it today, or was it bought and was just sitting in the fridge for 9 days?
It was bought last Thursday.
Yeah, don't
was
eat that
sitting
and
in
get
the
rid of
fridge. It too late. It's down the gullet. But I had some great onions, garlic powder, honey. It tasted good. A little soapy, a little weird, but for the most part, pretty good. And I feel like this isn't the first time I've done this. So I feel like if I've lived through this before, there's a pretty good chance I'm gonna make it out through this just fine. I'm just questioning, like, hey, this has a weird taste to it.
Hmm.
And I was wondering, like, okay, so if it's bad, like, how bad is it? You know?
Keep that in mind for when you're having Ardstow is having dinner with family.
Okay.
I would like to
I feel-
remind everyone that your body tells you if something tastes bad, that's usually a sign of poisoning, and don't ingest it. Or don't
if
continue to
something is
ingest it.
Off. Not necessarily bad, just off.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll find out, because this is, we're hanging out for a couple hours. I feel like you'll see the signs. And how long does food poisoning take to kick in?
As someone who has had
Content
Food
warning for
poisoning.
this discussion.
food poisoning multiple times and been hospitalized for it,
Oof,
um,
okay. What did you eat?
let's just say I don't go to Longhorn anymore. And yeah, it can take up to 14 hours before signs show. That's when the problems happen in your intestine. And that's real bad.
Uh-huh.
So drink plenty of fluids, folks. I definitely suggest if something like this occurs to go to your local supermarket, stock up on very specific items, such as Gatorade or Powerade, Pedialyte. It's going to taste god awful, but it will save your ass.
Take a can of
And-
Coke out of the fridge, pour it out, let it sit and get room temperature flat, and that will prevent you from expelling from either direction because it just seals your stomach. Ginger ale, ginger juice. Go full brat, but we are gonna
Brat, for those who don't know, bananas, rice, applesauce, and toast. If you're having
That's the
digestive
first time I've ever heard of
situations.
this.
yes,
It's
and
the first time I've ever heard of that.
yeah, it's the thing to do. Also, about the Gatorade, my nutritionist, when I had one years and years ago, said if you're losing fluids from all directions. Get a shot glass and do 1 shot of Gatorade every hour, because that you will keep down. Don't try to like drink all the Gatorade all at once when you're losing fluids in all directions.
Yeah.
Just a shot glass
Just-
an hour.
But also, should the vomiting persist for more than 30 minutes, go immediately to the hospital. Or if your stool looks like coffee grounds, go immediately to the hospital.
What? The stool? Coffee grounds?
Yes.
Like dried coffee? Like,
That's
Yes,
so I'm learning a lot. I've clearly never had food poisoning before. But I guess I apparently also worship Nurgle. So I'm just like a little I'm a little trash baby, I suppose. A little
And
nerdling,
also,
if you
ginger ale
will.
fixes ginger ale and cranberry juice just fixes everything. Just so you know it.
You also keep that in the house, but in the pantry.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and on that note, as sucking chest wound is being treated, I believe Math wanted to inspect a hole, one that's not rupturing with fluids.
You said that very ominously, and now I'm worried.
I don't think Math has met Ardzo yet. And Math doesn't introduce himself to Ardzo.
No, it's
No.
another dwarf.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
those
another
people
dwarf.
that don't speak the language that I
Yes.
speak.
Yes. And he walks by and he sort of like pokes his head around this hole. It's like pokes his head inside to see what he can see.
And you don't have dark vision, so you can't see shit beyond about 20 feet.
Yeah, so he sees what he can see within 20 feet. You know, he just
Looks
it's
like
not
a
like
cavern.
it's not like he's putting himself out there really heavily. It's not like he's doing a lot of effort for like strangers, but you know, he's looking because you feel like you should do that. It seems like a thing to do, to see if he can notice anything, especially around like the hole itself. Does it look like it's freshly dug? Does it look like it's sort of an older hole that has been, you know, that
So
kind of
this
thing.
is getting back to what we discussed last week, and
Yeah.
people did rolls for last week, which was it looks like the crack, the hole in the wall, the 12-meter, hole opening. I don't think it counts as a hole anymore when it's 12 meters.
Yeah.
I mean,
Aw,
yeah,
void?
it got rid of your wall, basically. Sorry. That itself looks like it's
New.
new. You heard the crash, you saw the
Yeah.
debris, that's how everything started. Behind that, there looks to be mostly natural cavern, but
Okay.
that looks like had been accentuated in the recent couple days.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. A natural cavern.
Mhm.
Accentuated in the last couple of days. So what I'm not particularly, there are things I just don't care about so much, but what I would look to is I'd want to see if there's if this is all sort of excavated through claws or whatnot, or if there might be some sort of other thing.
You could ask
know.
me, you could find me some wilderness survival.
Then I shall. You know, I'm just sort of, and I would like to note, it's very clear that like Math is looking like down his nose, like just sort of like checking to see, but not just like being careful not to step into any gore. Not that he's cares about, you know, he finds gore fine. He just doesn't want to, you know.
Well,
not
it's
his
also
business.
the floor is still smoking a little bit where the Bulvor
Yes.
vomited.
Yeah, so there's a lot of vomit. You know, you just don't need that in your life.
Particularly when it's basically acid.
Yes, 26.
That's your
Oh,
right
my
of
lord.
smoke and
You're right. I'm so sorry. It's actually the same same
roll.
skill level.
Okay,
Yes.
then yeah, we'll just keep that. That's fine. 26. You can see that, you can tell that the what broke in the wall was definitely claws. There doesn't what you have very smooth locations along where the cavern had been extended towards this particular wall. But what you can see, you know, again, in the very close to where you are, there is not a lot of claw marks. It looks oddly smooth. Some of it looks natural erosion, but some of it looks like intentional, but there's something odd about it.
Mm. I turn to look at you both, these dwarves. I don't know the doctor one. I know the other one speaks my language somewhat.
Elder speech.
Elder speech somewhat. So also out of character, forgive me for this. I turn towards Durin and I say loudly and slowly, so you in elder speech, so maybe you might understand.
Of course.
Yeah. I say, you are crafty. There is something. Oh, what word do I say to somebody who doesn't really speak the language? Not normal. Right, strange. In the hole. You should look because you are crafty. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Why is he talking like that?
What language did you say that in?
Well, here's the thing. So he would have said it in the one he's most comfortable saying it in.
This is Dwarven, yeah.
Well, what language has Arzo been speaking with Brenna and Yanto, and is the common tongue, right? Or
Yeah.
Elven?
Yes. Well,
That's all. You.
there is no common tongue. It would have been Southern, I believe.
No,
yeah.
because we
Elder
determined it's all Elder speech was the most common
Yep.
language amongst you.
Yeah.
But Brenna also speaks Dwarven, so she
Yes.
had been with, at least with Ramsey and Math before, acting as a translator. So Arzo, he said that Math has said this very, very slowly in
Elder speech.
Elder speech.
Okay, I guess if he was speaking directly to Razmi, he would have said that in Dwarvish.
Because I'm not necessarily fluent in elder speech. I just know enough.
And I think all that's happening in Dwarvish.
Yeah.
Would you like me to intercede, or are you comfortable with him speaking to you like that?
If you want to take this one so he doesn't necessarily say anything off to anything that he or his wife will regret later, by all means.
I, for one, think the greatest motivation to learn something new is peril.
That is a truism I hadn't heard yet, but sure.
And so Arzo lets it be.
Looks
I-
expectantly at Durin.
In over at Math in the elder speech, I'll look at it in a bit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Chest wound. You bleeding. Yes. He'll wander back away, avoiding the acid, and sort of just sit down and sort of check out this place. Still not introducing himself to Arzo, who he figures probably just doesn't speak, elder speech. So what's the point of that?
Okay. So, so are there any movable objects, stones, anything in the area that can be moved as a stool of some sort?
Yeah, I mean,
It's a workshop.
It's the interior workshop of this forge, and there's debris all over the ground. I didn't make you have to roll for difficult terrain, but there's a lot of it because the wall came in.
But there's workbenches, like tables and stuff. So what Arzo would like to do is Arzo would like to loudly drag a stool over to a workbench, step on the stool, step on the workbench, and in elder speech, excuse me, I do not believe that we have met. I am Arzo.
Oh, you speak elder speech. That's convenient. So few people here do. Um, you'll probably have heard of me. I am Lord Math Varen of Magturga, and also an expert druid from the Circle of Caedmirkvid at your service. Ardzo.
Uh, I I have not heard of you.
Oh, well, if you
Keep
live
in-
here, perhaps
Keep
you...
in mind consciously, he's standing on a table
Yeah.
and is like an inch or two taller than you currently.
Yeah. Well, probably you don't travel much, and so you probably have not heard of me. I'm Magturga. It's a kingdom. But you speak very well, Elder Speech. I'm very impressed. You're very articulate. And I will put out my hand to shake it.
Arzo shakes it, but he shakes it like a handshake test. Like the technique he uses is he's going to attack the fin between your pointer finger and thumb with the fin in his pointer finger and thumb. And he's going to wrap his big meaty hand around your hand, and he's going to see if like any sort of thing in your hand collapses.
Cool.
And with a firm shake or two.
I imagine this is some sort of opposed roll.
I feel like it has to be.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a physique for both of you. Remembering, of course, that you can't use luck on PvP.
Fair.
The only rule I have for that. And that it has to be
19.
with both of you, consensual.
21.
And like I imagine there's like a crunching sort of a sound. And he's like, no. And he says in Elder Speech because he sort of forgot that you can actually speak it, and he sort of assumes that you all don't really understand. You know what I mean? He says it under his breath, but I don't think it's not like he's saying it so that you could hear it. But I feel like you were in a forge, so you probably can't hear it. You know, he goes, dwarves with that sort of brutalness, and he just turns to you, even though he's just right in front of you. Do you know what I mean? Like you're not actually even far, and he just sort of smiles and he goes, "Well, it's so nice to meet you."
Well, so you say that people, I should have heard of you. What, if you don't mind me asking, if it is not too rude, what is it that you have done that makes you noteworthy? You know, if you were to distill it down into, like, you know, a single beverage for me to drink.
Oh yes, of course. Which is said really condescendingly, like, because you're simple. Is the implication
so
of
much. This is so fun.
That's the way he says it. And he says, really, it's not my deeds, it's just who I am. All right, so you dwarves have some sort of thing, you have leaders and whatnot and all of that, important families, right?
Makes a glance over at Razmi and like, is this guy for real?
We have nobility and aristocracy, you know, on the outside. And these families are sort of by birth, sort of more, they're just better, you know, than other people by birth. And I am from one of these aristocratic families from a place called Magturga. And I'm a lord from Magturga. So just by the very nature of who I am superior to peasants. So, but also I'm now sort of a mysterious and exciting druid who knows all sorts of arcane and ancient mysteries going back
so good.
centuries. So just by virtue of that, that should if you got out more, you would probably know. Yes, but I am not offended by your lack of knowledge. If you live and you don't travel, I imagine you don't really get to know things. Oh, but good work doing the medical thing. I imagine you're some sort of medic. Now, we druids have sort of more ancient medical arts that, you know, are really special. But it was interesting to watch you work.
Well, I like to work on tactics that are effective, tactics that you can draw from the land around you, to at your whim, create the tools necessary to solve problems, right? I look at things like problems that need solved. Like if you are bleeding, that is a problem. How do we stop that? What do we have available? I don't like to. You said you were a druid, yes?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so now I am.
Do you know what a druid is?
Um, I have got the time. Please enlighten me.
Again, because you don't really have trees here so much, so I thought that you might not know. We are sort of an ancient, and by the way, he's a human, just and also like 27.
Like
27 years old.
as this is happening, Durin has gotten up. He has grabbed some gauze, because if you don't have gauze in a forge, you are a fool. He's wrapping himself up as this conversation is happening.
So please note, he's a 27-year-old human. Just
Mhm.
you just got to make sure you got that one going on for you.
Zerny has come up behind Durin and like offers. He kind of whispers, "Is like I went to the cafe. Have a cookie. This is just so entertaining."
Again, in Dwarven, I'm in shock.
This is already like 15 minutes in, one of the funnest roleplay experiences I think I've had. This is just so good.
We have trees. They're on the outside. I think you call it the surface or something like this. We have trees, great forests. They're very impressive, you see. Nature, all of that. And you have nature here. It's very impressive, fungus and all of that. Also, apparently, necrophages. Nonetheless, point being, we have grand forests and trees that are ancient and have important spiritual and world implications. But, new people are not respectful of the land. And as a druid, what I do is I ensure the safety of, you know what witches are, I assume. The witcher there, the lady witcher. Witches save people from monsters. I save trees from people, because people are just sort of an invasive species. And what we do is we keep the forests safe. And we heal them, animals also. And we're repositories of knowledge that sort of modern sort of book learning sort of people don't really understand. Most people don't really understand our mysteries, to be honest. But it's an ancient sort of thing. Really, going back before people sort of got here, and to be accepted into a druidic circle is really quite a thing. Not anyone can do it. And you could think of me as like a hero for trees. But also, you may not be able to understand it. It's sort of complicated. But
so, pardon me if I put you in a bit of a moral quandary here.
Oh, please.
You are
I love that.
Lord of Mag Turga, yes?
Yes.
And so what happens if you find yourself in a log cabin in Mag Turga? So if you are a savior to trees, are you just surrounded by the corpses of those you should be saving in a log cabin in a building in your lordship?
Now staring at the table that Arzo is standing.
Yeah. Well, you see, part of what we do, you could think of us as like an army, people make rumors and such about us, but they're not necessarily true. We are here to protect and keep our territory, the borders. So I have given up any sort of claims to my land's leadership because I care much more about the forest than I do about all of that. And it was completely voluntary, as a matter of fact. And so I would probably not be running about in Magturga if I could help it. I try to stick towards the more natural spaces. But I will say this. If people from Magturga decided to start logging and encroaching upon the sacred groves and forests, I would kill them. Usually with my fellow druids, and we would probably make some sort of sign, or we'd make an example out of somebody's body in some which way to say, don't come into our forests. And now I would like to say that we've been fairly, what's the word, reasonable, and people in Toussaint have agreed not to just go and willy-nilly destroy the forests and groves, and in return we don't murder them, and we've all worked out, and we've helped their crops grow, and they don't do anything inappropriate. You know, I mean, listen, if you do these things the wrong way, then things like, not only, I mean, it's better to deal with us than with a Leshen, you know, or other sort of defenders of nature.
Have you? I suppose in your line of work, you must have had to have had an encounter or two with a Leshen.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, and so how did that work out for you? How, like, can you share on my tiny brain how that?
Absolutely. You see, it just sort of pats your arm like, oh, you know what I mean? Well, I have to say, Leshen, people don't really understand the forest, you know, the world so much. And, there's a lot of misconceptions. Leshen are actually quite friendly and are very nice. They know very good stories. They're very friendly to their friends. They're actually quite loyal and kind. And I mean, certainly sometimes they murder entire villages and whatnot like that. But, you know, if you're
curses sometimes.
Oh, yes. But if you don't do anything wrong, you're not going to have any problems with them. Do you know what I mean? And I would say Leshen are perhaps some of the best of the forest. I find them to be some of the best company. I'd rather spend hours and hours in the company of Leshen than I would, you know.
With a dwarf?
No, just with non-Leshen.
I have an idea.
Yes, please. What is the idea?
It might be the bloodlust, but I think you should invite Math here to dinner.
I might actually go to dinner for that.
And Ardzo will look over at Erasmi and Zerny because he was on the exact same page. My dear new friend, I feel so selfish that you are just imparting me with this wisdom. That how would you like to come to dinner with my family?
You are inviting me to dinner with your family.
And, everyone you care about.
Oh, you know what? You should know this about me. I am fine having dinner in a small hovel. I find such quaintness to be something that fortifies the soul. I imagine that your home is sort of... Yes, it would be an honor. By the way, if you ever want to meet a Leshen, I could introduce you. I'm sure you've never met one before because all of that. But, I could... Yes, which is, you live in underground, obviously. So, but
for my whole life,
I'm sure. I imagine you all don't get out very much,
Never. I never get out.
Yes. You should one day. And if you ever find your way, do you know what is outside? But I hope when I said Magturga and Toussaint, you actually knew what I was talking about. If not, there are these sort of like south of here. If you go south, you will find a number of lands. And, so the south and the east, there's Toussaint, there. West of that is Magturga. Anyway, if you ever find yourself down that way, I would be happy to introduce you to a Leshen or any other number of things. There's one actually very close in Toussaint that I'm very good friends with. Yeah, I know many very exciting creatures, good friends of mine. I'm not dropping names or anything like that, but I'm just saying I actually do have quite a few friends. Oh, as a matter of fact, and he sort of pulls out this very strange um, statuette, is what he pulls out, and it is. It's what he was given from his Leshen friend. And I imagine it is some sort of, when you like see like a horror movie and there's that kind of like wooden, sort of like
that little like wicker thing that
An
summons the
effigy
great
type of
beast.
thing.
Yeah.
Yes. And I sort of pull it out and I'm like, can I just show you? And I like let you see it. I don't let you hold it, but I let you see it. This very sort of slightly creepy.
Yeah,
It's a totem. It's a strange totem.
It's made of like wrapped twigs and vines, maybe a mouse skull.
Yeah. You see, that was given to me by a Leshen.
I have to ask, unfortunately, for Billy to do something for me.
Yeah,
Fuck.
that's
Okay.
why I brought it out, because I love friendship.
You do. I need you to roll a resist magic at a -3.
Okay. Crit it.
Oh, you are
28.
so lucky, my friend.
Oh, was the number 27?
It was 28.
No, tie goes to the defender.
Ooh, you tied the number. Nice.
You feel when this totem is presented and shown to you, you feel this itching and cracking, like the desire to shift right there in this space, but you manage to hold yourself together for now.
I look at, there's a weird thing about you. It was like, clearly you want my totem, so I just put it away. You don't get to.
But also, so even in this social interaction, right? You've seen Arzo's like eyes like seem really interested, like he's ready to listen. That comes out. He feels the urge, and then you see like hyper stim, like his eyes like focus down into. And then they get real big and try to absorb as much, that his pupils get real big, try to absorb as much light as possible. And then you see like they're like a visible like, what the fuck was that?
Clearly, in my mind, I'm thinking clearly he wants it because it is so valuable and interesting. So I make sure I put it away, just so you can't steal it. But I don't say that out loud, of course.
With my grubby little fingers.
Yes, yes. But I would be honored. I will invite my wife and daughter to come as well, because I'm married and I have a family. Are you married?
Family's coming to dinner.
It'll be great.
I do. I have a family. Yes.
So I'll be having dinner with you and your wife.
I'm
your
not.
husband?
I am unmarried. I am, between engagements.
It's important to be married.
Oh.
Yes.
What, if I may ask, why?
Oh, well, you see, at least in our society, if you are married, you're more trustworthy. So if you're not married, you're less trustworthy. So you should be married. It's good for your the way you move about in life.
Okay,
That's
but what
tip.
if I just made a sign and wrote "I'm trustworthy" and wore that everywhere?
Oh,
Kind of like, like that, like without words, you could just, put the ring on your finger to broadcast the same message,
Well,
why use symbols? Just be honest.
oh, you are so adorable, aren't you? You're probably quite young, I imagine. You don't really know the ways of the world like I do. But that's all right. You know what? I will give you tips about the world if you are, if you're interested. I mean, not now, of course, because your friend is bleeding. But just generally speaking, I would be happy to.
I've done all I can do for my friend right now. Because I rolled 22 on healing hands.
Yes, so that counts
a
as
while
the
ago.
that counts as the first healing hands check of the 6 that Durin needs.
6 immediately, or 6 over the course of days.
It's to get to treated. He needs 6 checks. That's all he needs.
Yeah.
Because he has a 9 body versus other people that needed 8 or more. So 1 success. There you go. But it gives you an automatic, because it's a healing hands check and he used diagnose, you get an automatic 3.
Oh, nice. Ask your friend in your language if he's feeling all right, and say something like, put it in your own words, but something like, I hope you're all right, and I hope you're feeling okay, blah, 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 blah. Go ahead.
He'll look to Razmi and in Dwarvish, say, "Are you looking forward to dinner?"
I'm going to go and put my best armor on because I'm certain something's going to get thrown.
He'll turn back and say, "Oh, he's doing fine. He's actually feeling like he's going to make a really fast full recovery here in about the 60 minutes."
Oh, that's wonderful. I love that. Give him, say the things that you say, comforting things. Yes, yes. From me. Good. So, all of this. Tell him I'm sorry about his shop being, all of this. Craftsman, I am sorry your shop is destroyed.
The hand signals help out a lot. You would
good.
be surprised. Yes.
Yes. I'm very good with people.
My sister is going to murder him.
The best armor.
You think he'll make it through the appetizer?
Oh, no. There is going to be a wife and child. He will make it to the soup course.
Huh, that's fair.
So I just sort of sit and I sort of take out a small little notebook and I start just taking notes and sketching the space. So sorry. I just thought of something. I tried to explain it to him, but I don't know if he understood, in that hole, that sort of big hole, I took a look, and with my expert mind and eyes, my wisdom, arcane, mysterious knowledge, I could tell that there's something odd about that hole. It doesn't look like foglets just went and, scrapped it open with their claws. Looks like there was something else, perhaps. And I know that you dwarves, all of you dwarves are good with your hands. And so I imagine you could just sort of look in and figure out, what perhaps might have done that, so that maybe you could not be murdered in your sleep, or whatever it is,
Right.
That's my giving you a heads up. That was me doing you a favor. That's solid. Yes.
What? You say solid?
Yes, it's an elder speech thing. You probably wouldn't really understand. When you say doing someone a solid, it's like you're doing them a favor because you're being kind. It's what kind people do. That's how you show that you're like a kind person, that you care about other people. You do something for them, and it's like a demonstration that you care about them in some way. So I did that, and just so you don't die, that sort of a thing.
That is very thoughtful of you.
Yeah, I do try. So, where should I be for this dinner?
Zerny starts waving in the background and goes, "I'll come get him."
You let us know where you are, and we will roll out the red carpet for you.
Oh, that is so kind.
You will be our honored guest.
Oh, well, do you know where the caravans gather? there's a caravan that's just come in today. My wife, Lady Adriana, runs it, and we are right there. We're in the small tavern right by the caravan.
I will make sure that no expense is spared in
Ah.
welcoming you.
Well, I can always tell your fortune or some such thing in the future if you need it. It does involve stabbing you a little bit, but as long as you don't mind being stabbed, I can give you a bit of a blessing of the earth and all of that.
Oh, something you should know.
Yes.
Dwarves don't believe in fortune. Dwarves make their own way.
Yes, but that's because you don't really understand how the world works exactly. It's a thing that happens. But if you are so interested in having a blessing that would be very helpful for you, I would, go out of my way and put myself out to give you that aid because, I would do you a solid. And listen, I do appreciate you offering me into your home and also acting as a translator. That's very kind of you. And so thank you. And if you ever wanted me to sort of aid your fortune in some way, I would be willing to do so as long as you're not Are you afraid of blood? Are you squeamish?
I just patched a hole in his stomach.
Yes, but there's a difference between seeing other people's blood and somebody stabbing you a little bit. Some people don't like their own blood. Are you
No,
all
but
right? Your blood?
in regards to blessings, I must refrain. I am on a diet.
Oh, well, all right then. So I shan't be stabbing you anytime soon. No worries. Well,
Thank you for the offer.
Oh, of course. That is what people do when they show that they're doing something friendly with each other. So, and that was what I was doing.
Excellent. Well, I am excited to welcome you into my sister's home.
Oh, well, yes. Get married, have children. Stand up, and I sort of tip my head, and I look at Dorna. It was nice meeting you. I hope you appreciate. And then I walk out.
Zerny turns and looks at both Arzo and Durin and says, "No, I'm going to modify my bet. He's not going to make it past the appetizers."
There's going to be a small child soup.
Yes,
He
but
makes it to soup.
no, Kazak's going to be there. He'll distract the small child and they'll go play somewhere.
What?
No.
In Dwarvish, how can a person like that even exist in this world?
Oh, it's so.
The world is full of shitheads. Haven't you figured this out yet, brother?
What blows my mind is I don't feel like he is malicious, but I need a minute. I'm still processing this. This part of the reason why I have lived out in the woods by myself for so long.
With the chicken nuggets.
Yes.
So, are we warning Kazak or are we sending him in blind as well? I figure we're not telling Mesmo jack shit.
We need to
Everyone's
send
blind.
him in blind.
Okay.
That is how this must work.
This is an experience that the one cannot rob someone of.
This is going to bring much joy to some members of my family.
This is going to be a dinner that we talked about decades to come.
So are you inviting Zolkor? I just need to know.
I honestly invite everyone.
Invite Zolkor. Come on, Arzo. You know you want to.
I do, because I feel like even though I might feel awkward, there's some things you just need to see. It's like if you were to offer the glimpse from 1,000 feet in the air of the conjoining of the spheres, you say yes, no matter who it is with.
Cool. I'll arrange the guests. I'll go meet our friends.
Certainly,
Who's going to
certainly.
let my sister know?
Not me.
No.
I mean, damn it. Fuck.
And before the two of you go, because this is entertainment that we have not had in Mahakam for at least 40 years. I'm going off. I'm bringing, and that's one for you, and that's one for you. Enough money to roll out the red carpet.
This is gonna be so good.
Oh, this is gonna be great, y'all. This is gonna be great. So, I need from there. Zerny's going to split off and go and start inviting the various people. Which, in this case, for those of you who wish to follow along, is you can, if you're listening in chat, the link is in chat for the NPC doc. So let's take a look at who we are inviting to this event. So we know that Ardzo, Zerny, Mesmo, Kazakh are all going to be there. Pugra is the older sister whose event this is. She is going to be there. Mesmo is married and does have 2 children. So Mesmo's wife and their 2 children will probably be there. Pugra is married and has 1 child, so okay, I need to start making a guest list. There's a guest list. Sorry.
There's seating arrangements to be made.
I didn't have enough forewarning. There won't be a seating arrangement, but that's fine. Fine.
Big fat dwarven dinner.
This
Mesmo
is bringing
was-
Andy Kaufman to a UN dinner.
Oh no, this is even worse than that. Oh, this is, yeah. Mesmo and wife and 2 children.
I feel like this is bringing a Kardashian to the Vatican.
Yeah.
Oh, and see, the thing is, no, because you have to remember, because as much as we might joke about the Kardashians, they are technically Roma, but they're also Catholic Roma, so they would nominally have been taught what to do. Whether they choose to do it or not is a different thing. They would have nominally been taught what to do. This
Forest.
This horrid clusterfuck is going full on
Kardashians to Russian Orthodox.
yes.
I feel like it's like well, it's Malvolio from 12th Night with his yellow cross garters.
Yes. But
going to another place that
okay, so Pugra, her husband, and their 1 child. We're going to have Ardzo. And Ardzo, I just need to know, is Zolkor counting as your +1 for the evening? Or is he invited separately?
He's invited separately.
Okay. So you don't have a +1 for the evening.
Correct.
Okay.
Because that's going to be a fun conversation about marriage.
So Zolkord is coming. Kazakh is by himself. Zerny is going by himself. But he's going to count as a +1. Kerwin, because we invited Kerwin last time.
Yes.
So Kerwin is Zerny's +1, just for the hilarity of it. Durin is coming. Math and Adriana
And daughter.
and daughter. And is there anyone else that's being invited to this as we go? We are currently.
You got Brenna, right?
Oh, Brenna is counted in. Brenna will be there, but Brenna is a follow NPC at the moment.
Yes. Because she's the countess.
Mm-hmm. I think we've accounted for everybody. Is there anyone else you want to invite to this family dinner?
Does Durin have a +1?
Yes, does Durin have +1?
Mesmo's already there. And is going to see this. So I already have. I have pretty much everything I want.
Can we invite the Leshen that cursed me?
You can, but I don't think they will get there in time for dinner. I'm sorry. It's only 4 hours. Even with super magical travels that they can experience, they can't get over 1,000 miles in 4
I
hours.
mean, at this point, we might as well invite the wild thornberries to dinner.
They don't get they're gate crashers. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
So this is the current guest list for family dinner. Perga, her husband, their child. Mesmo, his wife, their 2 children. Ardzo, Zolkord, Kazak, Zerny, Kerwin, Durin, Maf, Odriana, Ainfra, Brenna. We are looking at 17 for dinner.
Mm-hmm.
Did I just have to ask because it is a dinner? Did Pugra invite other people? Like,
No, this was supposed to be family dinner.
I see. That'll be awkward. Nice.
It's okay. Zerny's that's Arzo. Zerny is just involved with inviting the extras. Arzo gets to tell Pugra that there's going to be a few more for dinner.
Yep. Nice.
But there's enough money to make sure everyone's fed.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's not like Mesmo or Pugra are broke in any way, shape, or form, because, hey, Arzo, you're from, like, a noble family, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
This'll be great. So, is there anything that you all would like to do in preparation for this dinner?
Yes. I am making 2 significant purchases and having them delivered ahead of time.
Ooh.
Because something this unique needs to have the finest ale being poured. So I am going to reach into the emergency fund day funds, and yeah, we're spending some cash on this. I'm going to go and Perga's not going to know who this guest is and think them so important because I'm going to purchase some of the finest ale in Mahakam to have delivered ahead of time.
Nice.
Roll me.
Along with a number of artisanal cheeses.
Nice.
Of course, the cheeses. Roll me a business.
I'm going to spin for luck.
Nice.
Go ahead. Because you are ordering on a time frame, and
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you are high enough ranked that you can get in the door, but now you have to make the commitment for this.
Yeah.
Because it is also caravan day, so there was a lot going on.
21.
A 21 is good enough to get 2 hogshead barrels.
Mm-hmm.
Remembering, of course, that a hogshead is an actual measurement of...
But yeah.
So you will have...
That's going to be delivered ahead of time because I want her to be on edge.
Okay. Is there a note that gets sent with this?
Yes. With that and all the cheese, I am apologize for these last minute arrangements, but we absolutely had to share this incredibly important individual with the nobility of Mahaka. This is a treasure and an important date, and as such, I, as part of the line of Durin, do bequeath these gifts.
Durin.
Mm-hmm.
Roll social etiquette, please.
Certainly. So, social etiquette is
It's under intelligence.
under intelligence. Okay. There, I see it. 16.
Okay. It's good to know. It's going to work, be a little flowery. She's a little questioning, but at the same time, it's all right. Mostly because at this moment, Arzo hasn't quite gotten there to let her know what's
Deliver
going
the
on.
message. Yeah.
But now she's a little like, okay, what's going on? So there's going to be questions. Good to know.
Nice.
Math, is there anything you're doing in preparation for this dinner?
Absolutely. Oh, about that. So really, we have like a bottle of Toussaint Red that we can bring to the little quaint house that we're going, or cave or whatever it is, you know. But you know, I'll sort of send a message to my wife and daughter that we've been invited to some sort of dinner. We'll be picked up. It'll be fine. But I would like to, because I care about myself, I'm gonna go and do some just some picking of like herbs and whatnot around. I have a list of things that I'm looking for. I got to go and gather some materials, and I'm gonna go gather some more of the next, try to go and get some of the next 3 on my list, because if you're going to be underground, you might as well just, does that sound like I'm being selfish? Well, I mean, it's not going to be that big of a to-do. So I'm going to just spend a little bit of time gathering some materials, foraging, as it were, and then I'm going to come in and, you know, I don't want to make them feel bad after I do my gathering. So clean myself up a little bit so that I look very nice. I'll probably get, I'm going to make myself look especially impressive, but not too impressive because I don't want to make them feel bad. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to spend hours getting ready or anything like that.
So this is a wilderness survival check.
Yes, please. I'll make 3.
Well, no, you just need to, for this you only need to make 1, and then I'm gonna let you roll the count.
Because I have the difficulty for each one of the things that I'm looking for.
Okay, we'll just roll it.
All right. So
if you get 6, if you beat the difficulty for the highest one, then you've done it for all 3. Is how I was gonna roll it with it. But
let me see. Yes, I may or may not, because I've got. Let's see. This is. All right. No, I don't get the first one at all.
Okay.
I'm wandering about.
Oh yeah, you're rolling Lore Keepler instead of.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's that fumbling by 7 that really didn't help you.
No, otherwise I would have gotten it, but it's an 18 difficulty for that one. But so I'll be wandering about looking for materials, and I suppose I don't find them, and then I'll come back in and sort of get myself ready and pick up a, you know.
Oh well, that calls for a Grooming and Style.
Yes. Let me see. Where's my Grooming and Style? Oh yes, that's where it is. Right. I have, just so you know, I have 0 in that skill because really, you know, an 11.
Acceptable. You look decent. I mean, like, you don't look like you were just outside for a couple hours digging in the dirt.
Which is what I was doing, indeed.
So
I wash my hands and all of that.
Mm-hmm. Arzo, aside from informing your loving, wonderful sister that they're going to have extra guests for dinner, are you doing anything in preparation?
I'm gonna probably take a bath. And you know what? I think it's good. I'm gonna put in some beard ornaments, and he's going to. I think he's gonna fucking try and look good.
I'll also ask for grooming and style for a bit of +1 for the intentional use of the beard ornaments.
Grooming and style. Yikes.
Under empathy.
Yeah. +1, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Haha.
Well, you don't look horrible, but it's been a very long time since you've done this.
Since I've gave a shit.
Well, it's also since you gave a shit in a dwarven way versus like
Yeah.
a surface dweller's way that you didn't give
Mhm.
about shit about anyways, but it's so you the hair ornaments are in and look okay. The problem is you know that either you're going to spend a couple hours getting them out or you're going to have to cut them out.
Oh, fuck.
Because you've got them knotted in there.
Yeah. Time to re-roll.
That will be later use problem. So just before we go to break, I have a very important question. How do you let your sister know that you're, bringing an additional, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people, 7 people to dinner?
In person. Before I get dolled up.
Ooh. Before you get dolled up?
Uh-huh.
How long has it been since you've been to this house?
50 years.
Do you still know the way?
No.
You don't?
Like, feel like anything that long, and with the type of relationship that may or may not have happened, there might have things he forced out. But in a list of priorities, remembering the exact way to his sister's house, something that he was set that he probably would never encounter again. But here we are. There's probably some rusty spots in that memory trap.
Probably.
So would that be like a streetwise or wilderness survival?
No, it's going to be streetwise because you're in the city.
Yeah.
There's no penalty, but you don't get any bonuses either.
17.
It takes you a minute. Most of the anchor locations are the same. Not like there's a lot of changeover in businesses in Mahakam short when somebody dies. And even then, well, that's a very long time in the future. But as you walk these streets again, you start to remember the pathways. You remember the way to this house and this home that was your parents' before they died. Now is Purga's. Because she is the eldest.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mesmo might be officially the clan elder and the public facing, but Purga is, well, in a more misogynistic human kingdom, there might be a comment that Purga is the hand behind the throne. But we all know that in Mahakam, she could have the throne if she wanted it. There's a reason she chooses to be the voice of power in the background rather than public. The door takes you not very long. The door is opened. A slightly older elven woman, or excuse me, not elven, dwarven woman, very sedate, dress with a pinned apron, greets you. You recognize after a moment the she was the maid, one of your sister's maids before, you left. Alma. She's now apparently the housekeeper. Her hair is very neatly pulled back in a bun at the base of her neck. Looks at you. Takes a second. Ah, Master Arzo. You're early. Are you... And then kind of takes in your full appearance because you were just involved in a fight with a bunch of foglets and were a bit of a mess. Because you just said you're doing this before you get dressed. Are you coming to dinner early?
Dharma, so nice to see you. Yes, I am coming to dinner. Not at this moment. I'm going to go get dressed. I am very excited to see everybody. I'm going to go and look my best. But I thought that my sister would want to know that word has got out about this meeting, and several important people would like to come to dinner with us. So, of course, it only makes sense that they do so. Approximately 6 to 7 more people. I don't see how that would be a problem. Is that the problem?
Roll persuasion and you get a +1 because you're nominally a noble in this situation, and she's technically a servant, although she's not employed by you.
What bonus?
+1.
19.
There's this moment of like, you see behind her eyes of like, fuck yes, this is a problem. Why are you dumping this shit on me? But she just smiles and says, of course not, Master Arzo. We will be more than happy to accommodate the extra guests. Are there any additional dietary restrictions we should be concerned?
Not at all. But we also have gifts coming. I believe we have some casks of fine ale coming. So I hope it is a gift. So it only makes sense to accept it, right?
I will ensure that everything is set as is appropriate. And she is full on waitstaff, retail face.
And very important person. All right. He is a lord in Magturga, Maf Var Ren. Right? Just remember that name, very important. But he'll also probably let you know.
All right. We look forward to seeing everyone. Is there anything else I can do for you, Master Arzo?
Just you can tell my sister that after 50 years, it is going to be amazing to see her again. And thank you for the invitation.
All right.
I apologize in advance because I care about you.
Thank you, sir.
I will see you in a little bit.
Everything will be ready, sir. And she waits for you to leave and closes the door. And as this poor put-upon housekeeper is now going to have to run and double the amount of food, basically, in about 3 hours, it will be fine. We're gonna take a short break. Everybody stretch, refresh, bio, do all of those good things. And when we come back, y'all, this is gonna be the dinner of the ages. It's gonna be great. This is gonna be a thing. So we'll see you in a little bit, everybody. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We hope you are stretched, refreshed, bioed. Made sure you checked what you were eating and not, giving yourself food poisoning. But we are going back to dinner. I feel like we should just fast forward to the moment everyone arrives at dinner. This dinner, y'all, I discovered what I need to do. We need, I need a new page so that we can, put everybody around the table, right?
Yeah. Wait, I'm sorry. Are you making a battle map for us?
No,
Okay.
no,
Just,
no, no, just dinner.
Because I feel like that might be the same thing. Dinner, battle map. It's possibility.
I mean, it's dinner a show.
Look, I'm accounting for 17 people at dinner. Mind you, this is not that big a deal. I do this pretty regularly. So we've got we've got Urga, her husband, Mesmo, his wife. Oh, I should put everybody on here. There you go. Boop. Boop.
Oh, thanks.
You know what? I'm gonna do it this way. I made the table very large. Not actually, this is not to scale by any means. It's fine. It's just a means by which I can this, and then I feel like I should do that. I'm going to try and do this like this. So we've got Perg. Wow, that's.
What year are we in, by the way?
It's 1050.
Thank you.
1050, the golden age of witchers. All of that good stuff. Why I need the freehand. That's what I need
Druids
to do.
still they've not been completely pushed out, so that's good to know.
Perga, her husband.
You should do PH. Or Perga husband.
I should. But actually, I'm gonna do it like this. And just put the little H with this dot next. Oh, okay, because it won't hand people. HP. Mesmo. The X is Mesmo's wife. Then we've got, let's see. I have to pull up the rest of the names of everyone else who's coming to dinner. Guess who's coming to dinner?
Zolkord, Kazakh.
Yes, but there's now dinner. There's now seating arrangements.
Yes.
So next to Mesmo's wife is going to be Ardzo.
And then the other side of Perga.
The other side of Perga is going to have to be Zerny. Then oh wait, I have to actually make this. I do actually.
Who's the foot of the table?
Well, the foot of the table is going to be the children, because it's not quite Victorian expectations where children don't show up. So this is just going to be wife with a little M next to it for Mesmo's wife, who actually will have a name but not Zerny. Across from Mesmo wife is going to be Brenna. Then across from Ardzo is Zulcord. Next to Ardzo, because you are the guest that of importance, at the center of the table is going to be Math with an M and an F. And then across from you is your wife, Odriana, because you don't directly next to each other. Then next to you, say Durin, probably. Oh no, Durin has to go next.
Yes. No, like you want to put the translator next to Math, so we have to put the Countess next to Math.
Ardzo can translate.
Ardzo's next to Math already.
Okay. Okay, so as
Um,
long as Math has a trans that he
yes,
knows.
we're
That's
gonna
important.
going to put Kerwin next to Math, and then Kazakh, which is the KZ, next to Durin.
Mhm.
Then we're down to the children. So Ariana, Infra is gonna go next to Kerwin. You know, one over from you, so still close enough to talk to you, but you know, Kerwin, and then is gonna be assuming the Mesmo son, and then Perga daughter, Mesmo daughter. I think I've accounted for everyone.
That's all we've got 4 children.
The 4 children at the end of the table, basically.
Arzo, Brenna, Zolkord, Kazakh,
Yes.
Mesmo's wife, Zerny, Kerwin, Perga, her husband, Durin, Math, Odriana.
So who arrived? Okay. So of course, Perga and her husband and their children are already here. We should get names for people. I have them. Hold, please. Gimner is Gimner is Perga. Okay, so we need to start adding people. I've got Perga and Gimner.
This dinner's gonna be so good.
Pugra and Gimner. I should remember these. I have also face claims because I'm that person. You know me. At least I try to be. Witcher. Here we go. So we've got Pugra. Here we go. Like where I knew I had this image. So Pugra is a very well-known, well-dressed, dark hair, very expensive green embroidered velvets and real furs. Her husband looks like a stereotypical dwarven fighter. Very stereotypical, red hair, beard, very built arms because he likes to swing large hammers. We're adding them. They, of course, will be there to greet everyone as they arrive. They are seated. Well, not seated. They're in the entryway waiting for everyone to come. It's a large collection of very well-appointed caverns with a door. There's an extra floors, big. If you've ever picked what I'm picturing in my head, correct me if this is something you want to change, Billy, but what I'm picturing in my head is the palace in Dragon Age Origins. That very kind of sprawling area, but very detail work, intricately carved, taking advantage of the natural caverns, but also adding delineated spaces, tile work, mosaics, bas reliefs that kind of go everywhere, and no nugs. They don't belong in this particular IP.
Yeah.
Then we have, and when you enter, you actually don't hear the, there's enough soundproofing that you don't actually hear the bellows and the hammering that you hear throughout almost the rest of all of Mahak. So who arrives next?
Not well, I guess how long would it take for me to get ready? Because I don't have any other plans but to get ready and go there. So he doesn't intend on showing up fashionably late. He wants to get there and watch everything unfold.
Okay, so I'm assuming that Kerwin and Brenna are going to go with you.
Makes sense.
And then Zerny is going to go pick up Math and his wife and Adriana. So we'll say, and Durin, you're just arriving by yourself.
Yes, but I am going to take my time to make certain that the armor is thoroughly polished.
Okay.
Also, I am going to, because of what kind of dinner this is,
Yes.
I'm using the beard oil with a hint of brimstone.
Please roll me style and grooming.
Here. Because that is a very specific statement.
12. You look pretty good. You're working this. You're rocking it. It'll be great. Kazakh, Mesmo, and we have Mesmo in here already, don't we? I think we did. Kazakh, Mesmo, and his wife, oh, did we not have a name for Mesmo's wife? No, we have to have had a wife. Verena. So we've got Mesmo and Verena. Verena is absolutely gorgeous. And their daughter. We have Verena. Then get Esmo. Where is Esmo? Please come. Mesmo is a little bit more put together. He looks a little stylish because, you know, he's supposed to be rocking that noble life, you know, standing a little, you know, he's got a little bit of salt and pepper in the hair, full beard, and there we are. And Verena is from a dwarven colony, a dwarven city. She's not really native to Mahakam. She's one of the dwarves who moved from Zarakania. Nice, beautiful, dark skin, long, dark, black hair. Beautiful, beautiful dwarven lady. She and they are there. Zerny, of course. Brenna, of course. Well, Zerny is going to get Math, sorry. Zolkor will walk that line of being, will probably show up right at about the same time as Durin, because he's, you know, been here before. He's been, you know, he's one of those individuals who's been invited multiple times. They know who he is. So he can, but he's also like, hasn't been there recently, so he's gonna show up a little bit later. So, just for my understanding, but now it's going to be Ardzo, Brenna, Carwin are going to arrive together. Durin, Zolkor are going to arrive together. Kazakh is already there. Mesmo and Verena are already there. Ugra and Gimner are already there. Yeah. So what is the order for your three groups arriving?
You're muted.
You know, I sometimes just speak to myself. People tune me out. That's not on me. That's Zerny, I think, who's picking us up. So, you know, we arrive whenever he brings us there.
Okay, so Ardzo, what about you?
He'll see what it looks like. I think the red carpet treatment was getting taken care of, so he'll meet up with Brennan Kerwin as soon as he's done getting ready, and assuming that they are able to, you know, without much delay, get ready themselves, not waste any time, and go over there. So perhaps early, maybe on time.
Okay, so just about on time, let's say. Maybe a couple minutes early. It's you, Brenna, and Kerwin arriving together.
Mm-hmm.
Thalma again opens the door, nods in greetings for you. Perga and Gimner are kind of standing near the entryway, you know, offering people drinks, and kind of like they're, you know, in their little sitting room, and Thalma would ask for the names of who is being announced.
Glasses help.
Maybe.
Yes. Hello again. Great to see you. I tried to clean up a little bit. This is Brenna von Wiltemer.
Well done.
Brenna. How do I not know your last name? Okay. Yes, Brenna. And then with us is shoot, I just said it. Just saw it. Sorry. Wow. Shoot. What's so many names in this game?
Kerwin?
Yep. And this is Kerwin. That's
Yeah, Kerwin, what's his full name? Have it. No, it's just Kerwin, sorry.
yeah.
He was an ape something, whoever his father was.
Yeah, I don't think we ever got that far. You introduce him. And Kerwin.
Yeah.
And so Countess Brenna von Velder, and you introduce Kerwin with his full name. Could you roll me social etiquette, please? And this for you is a flat roll because you are a dwarf and you do know these social etiquettes very perfectly. But you don't get a benefit because of
Somebody trying to murder you.
Oh, for a 7. It's a little stilted, but that's kind of on par with Ardzo. You haven't really practiced this in a while. You don't even practice social etiquette above ground.
Yeah.
So it's not horrible. You don't put your foot in it, but it's not great.
Yeah.
Doesn't do anything. Perga is perfectly polite. Everything is on point. She is the lady of the house. She greets the Countess Brenna von Velder, Witcher of the Cat School. I've heard so much about you. Please, won't you come in and have a drink? Her Gimner is greeting Kerwin, and then, you know, turns to the two of you and like, would you like a drink or something? So then the next question is, I think Zerny would time it so that Durin and Zolkor would show up before Zerny, because Zerny wants to make this show, right?
Yes.
And the audience needs to be there before the curtains rise.
But of course. So I would think like Doran would show up like just a minute after time.
Mm-hmm. So basically just after the finishing of the introductions had finished, and there's another knock on the door, and Thalma greets you and says, Master Ramsey, and Master Zolkor, and you see that moment of like, okay, and she kind of straightens up, but doesn't faze her. Just this momentary of like, oh, we haven't seen you in a while, okay. And then she will go into the room and announce Zolkor and Master Durin Ramsey. Ardzo, what do you do when Zolkor is announced?
He will make distinct eye contact and like acknowledges, like with a gesture, acknowledges his own behavior, but then also is like, all of that, like, we can talk about. You need to be here, with a gesture of like eyeballs, and then his hand like on the table, like this is important.
So I feel that this is to make sure that you express the right thing to this individual who you've had a very deep personal connection to for a long period of time before you disappeared in the middle of the night. I feel like that's a role.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like
Charisma?
yeah, I'm feeling like this is a charisma, and I'll even give you a +1 for it. Because you did have a connection and a means of communication. It's whether that means you can succeed again on that connection.
21.
21. So between your like eye conversation and like small gestures, and Zolkor's own innate, understanding of etiquette and, his rank and what this is. And so he's like, okay, we're not going to be the people making a scene tonight. We will have a conversation, but okay, he's willing to see how this goes. And he'll even, like, once the introductions are done and people are having this conversation, there is once this conversation is, this little eyeball conversation and the general introductions are done, he'll kind of like sidle over towards you for a moment and be like, just kind of polite, pours you a glass, takes the glass that's offered and offers, cheers. And what are you doing, Durin?
Oh, again, helmet is in the offhand. I am definitely, smiling, making conversation with the little ones. Because they should be getting to, well, some of them at least, to the age where they start thinking about apprenticeships.
Yes.
So it's getting that, it's eliciting that conversation of someone who is young, youthful, not necessarily, their head is full of the different things that they want to be.
Yes.
And getting them to talk.
Perga's daughter is a little younger. She is actually much younger. But yes, Mesmo's two children, his son and his daughter, are both very much preparing for apprenticeships, and they're a little young still, but they're like, I'm going to be the greatest X. But yeah, it'll be great.
Yes, pointedly making it so that the conversation is with the youngsters and not the adults yet.
It's not insulting because you've been introduced and you did the basic social niceties, and now you're now when Zerny arrived to escort you, he You knew he spoke Elder Speech because he had already spoken Elder Speech with Brenna, because he said he was acting as Brenna's guide. And
I don't know if I was there for that conversation, was I?
yeah, the first time, because when you were there, you were still there when Zerny came back up and introduced the attaché that you arranged for her. So, and acted as a basic introduction in Elder Speech. So you know he speaks Elder Speech.
Yep.
You're not sure how good he speaks Elder Speech.
Yes. But I mean, I imagine both the family were all sort of dressed and ready
Yes.
to arrive.
Zerny is dressed impeccably.
Oh.
He looks very nice.
Huh.
Very polished. It's very nice, high quality velvets and satins that he's wearing. His hair is intricately braided. There's a lot of little ornaments that are in it, and his beard, and he's smiling very broadly, and he leans over, he greets the two of you and your Adriana, and then he'll lean over and greet
Little Ainfra.
Ainfra, and he was putting on a show, but then he's like, please come, it is almost time for dinner.
Yes.
I think you will quite enjoy it.
Lovely, thank you. And like I think that Math has gotten one of the bottles from the caravan of wine, something nice. So who do we present this to as something? Who are we supposed to present this to? We have a gift.
You'll give it to my sister when we get to dinner. Come.
Excellent. Oh, so you are the brother of that dwarf that we met.
Yes, I'm the second youngest. There's my sister Perga, and then my brother Mesmo, and then my brother Ardzo, then me, and then my younger brother Kazak.
Oh, Ardo, that was his name.
Yes, he is a doctor. We are all very proud
he's
of
a
him.
doctor. Oh. Kazak. Wait, could you name them all again?
Yes, of course. My sister Perga and her husband Gimner, and then my brother Mesmo and his wife Borena, and then my brother Ardzo, and then there's me, Zerny, and then my youngest brother Kazak.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Of course.
looking forward to this.
I'm so glad you could make time and to come.
Oh, of course. I'm just here waiting about until my better half moves on.
Mm-hmm.
Doing research.
Oh, of course. And he takes you through the streets to one of these little kind of slide cul-de-sacs. There's only a set back from the main thoroughfare by a few little warrens of streets. There's only one set of giant, very large stone, intricately carved doors here. How much awareness of status in Mahakam are you aware of? Does Math have?
That would involve paying attention to other people who are not trees or animals. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, I don't really think I pay attention to that sort of a thing.
Okay, well, in that case, you don't pay any attention to any of the outward signs of wealth and status and ostentation that is involved in the intricately carved, inlaid mosaics of gems and glass that make up this door. He knocks. The door opens. There's an older dwarven woman, very older than Zerny, younger than Master Razmi, but older than Zerny by a little bit, and there's a brief conversation between the two of them in Dwarvish.
Which
And
I
he-
imagine my wife speaks. Because
Yes.
she's a trader.
Yes. Uh-huh. And, maybe not. And so...
We have been married for some time.
Yeah. So the conversation, and then he turns and in Elder Speech says, I'll make the announcement, please come in. Please hand, this is Thalma, she is the housekeeper. And then I will provide the introductions. Please come in, this is my family home. And you into like again, it's this long warren of tunnels. You can kind of see in the intricate mosaics and tile work on the floor, pristinely cleaned. And then like off to a little ways off, there's a sitting room, and in this room, he announces, "And it is my great, he kind of like smiles, and the guests of honor, Lord Math Varen, his charming, wonderful wife, Lady Odriana Varen, and their daughter, Ainfra. And then this is my sister, Lady Purga Gula, and her husband, Lord Gimner Gulo, my brother, Lord Mesmo Gulo, and his charming wife, Lady Barana Gulo, my brother Ardzo, who you've met, of course, my other brother Kazak over there, Master Lord Durin Razmi, this, and of course, this is Lord Zulkard Stahl. He is the, and he's just smiling through this whole thing. Math, what does your wife do when she's really, really pissed at you but can't actually express that in public yet? Because she knows the name of every single person in this room.
I have no idea who any of these people are.
Exactly, but she does.
I don't. I mean, what are they? I don't know who they are. When I learned their names, they told me, but I didn't. I imagine she probably takes my pinky, like like in that very sort of like it's a lovely sort of romantic gesture. But I know. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a difference between taking my pinky, taking my whole hand. It's just a little, just a little squeeze of the pinky.
Yeah, it's like she's doing that kind of a lot with each name that's introduced.
And I clearly don't know. I get that they're nobility. Oh, that's interesting because the Lord is involved, but I have no idea who these people are. And so I'm looking a little bit confused as to why she's upset, because I don't know what happened. But I'm a little bit surprised, like, oh, apparently this is a thing. Oh, which seems like, oh, that's all right. It seems like it's fine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Purga's daughter, Elsa, is going to come up to Ainfra and, in perfect elder speech, ask Ainfra to come to join the small children and go play with them. Small children will be called to dinner, and then but they'll have a little bit of time to play before they join the rest of everybody at dinner, because kind of like let small children exercise, because they're not really going to pay a lot of attention to like the appetizer and the soup course. They're only really caring about the entree.
I'm going to hand the bottle of wine to my wife, because since this seems to be like something that might be her clients, perhaps I will let her do the presentation of the gift, since she's good at that sort of a thing.
She will like take the bottle and smile, and she just like
and he'll say, unless you want me to do the presentation.
No, I've got to. Yes, you should. Go ahead.
All right. It is a pleasure to have this be invited to your humble home, and in honor of this invitation, we present a bottle of Toussaint Red, aged in Beauclair oak, to you and your family. And he will. He makes his step first, and he doesn't really know what all of their protocol are, but where he would be at, there'd be probably some sort of servant that would take it, so you don't approach whoever is important directly. And so he just makes a look to see if anybody's going to come to take it from him. And if not, then he will go, but he's going to take that sort of beat and pause first.
Yeah. So Purga, again, in perfect elder speech, will gesture and thank you, and then turn to Thalma and say, just like gesture, and Thalma will take the bottle away, and then, please, won't you come in to dinner and join us for dinner?
Thank you. And I will escort my wife to wherever, like, sort of giving you to see like where they're going to seat us.
Yes.
Right.
You there are not name cards because somebody didn't tell the people what the names were, but they're very fine. The table is set very fine. You can see the candles are lit. It's a beautiful table. You are seated, the arrangement that's at the table right there.
This would be nice, actually. It's like thinking like, oh, this would be nice, rather than like whatever we were thinking we're going to get to eat. Something very nice. So that's nice.
What do you do as everyone is seated for dinner? What do you do? We're going to go around and let everyone tell me what they're doing.
Relatives first. Ardzo.
Okay, we'll start with Ardzo.
So Ardzo is 100% going to look around at everyone and kind of like capture the emotion that's on all of their faces. And then he's going to, my dear sister, thank you so much for the invitation. It is so good to see you after all of this time. I did not know how things were going to go in me returning to Mahakam after all of this time, but it is good to know that we can pick up like I was never even gone after all of this time, and that does mean something to me.
What language is this whole thing happening in?
Dwarven.
Thank you. I just need to know.
And then he'll switch to Elder Speech. And I would like to thank all of the guests for coming and sharing their time with my family, and for the hospitality of my beautiful sister.
Perga then, of course, raises her glasses, it's assuming this is a toast that you've just given, and, she has to wait for everyone else because she's the subject of the toast, so she can't quite drink herself right away. It gets really awkward. But then, the first course is offered, wonderful little, like dumplings almost, steamed in a very light sauce, mushrooms, lots of mushrooms. Durin, what are you doing?
There is this cat ate the canary look on his face as he is going around to very specific people and meeting their eyes, but also pointedly not meeting the eyes of others.
Ooh.
It is like, so the youngest Gulos get the look of, just wait. Just wait. As we go around, Zolkor, same. But that look is more, we are going to have the best time. And then right before that moment when conversation is going to occur, he is going to turn to Adriana, who is to his right, correct?
Yes, Adriana is to your right, yes.
And quietly in Dwarven, my dear lady, I apologize for the circus that is about to begin. You will be paid handsomely for the embarrassment you are about to endure.
There's a brief, questioning pause, but at the same time, she's also she's been riding that edge since they got here when everybody's name started to be introduced. So she doesn't quite say anything. She just smiles under the table, smiles and her, fingers clench under the table, and doesn't quite say anything, just, And, then Perga will turn to Math and say, and, Lord Varen, we thank you for joining us for this wonderful dinner and to celebrate the return of my brother, Arzo. Might I ask, what you do?
Oh, I'm a companion to my lovely wife, Lady Odriana Varen, who is a master caravaner. And I sort of gesture over to her because Math knows what his job is when there are like clienty people around. He's like the eye candy, and like he's like, oh, this is one of her things, and so he just kind of like gestures to his wife because he figures they're probably going to be clients here for her, and so he just sort of like sort of smiles pleasantly and sort of gestures over to his wife.
Ah, so your charming wife. But what do you do while your charming wife is at business? I heard rumor that you just helped with a small issue earlier today.
Ugh, I just happen to be at the right place at the right time. I'm a druid of the Circle of Cape Nerkvid down in Toussaint, and so I'm a traveler that keeps the balance of nature safe and keeps the forest safe. But I must say, I'm sure you would be far more interested in my wife, who comes into this to Mahakam regularly, does trade all around the continent and is well known as one of the very finest tradeswomen. Well, I would say I may be a bit biased, as she is my wife after all, that there ever has been.
Well, she'll turn to Adriana and say, welcome. I'm not going to have an extended conversation with two different NPCs by myself.
Yeah.
I've got enough of them at this table. Well, she begins to greet Adriana. A couple other. What are the three of you doing?
I am waiting. I am waiting like a cat.
Mm-hmm.
Because as soon as there is a lull in elder speech, oh, good Lord Von Ren, you sell yourself short. By all means, do tell these good lords and ladies of the service you provided alongside of Countess Brenna earlier today.
Well, I would not want to speak of necrophages and murder over dinner. I imagine that's a dessert situation.
No, I mean that's, and Zerny will say, no, that's pretty much dinner. I mean, please tell us everything. And he kind of takes a drink at the same time.
He will look to the lady of the house to see if she gives permission to discuss things like that.
She turns to you very interestedly. The necrophages in our city?
Yes, there's
kind
some
of
sort
look.
of infestation going on. I was a witness. I waited for the authorities to come and take my witness statement, but I think someone else must have done it for me. Yes, there's some sort of situation where there are foglets and, well, I would say, well, after today, a bit of a, well, I don't want, are you sure this will not ruin anyone's dinner? He says as he just eats one of these delicious dumplings.
Cutting into the cheese at this point. No.
All right, then. Well, I don't know if you know Mistress Gemma.
Yes,
good work.
she made that piece as she kind of points to the very large choker necklace that, or excuse me, just a little bit lower than that, so it's like closer to a torque point. necklace that Verena is wearing.
Yes, well, she's missing. There was some sort of incursion into her shop. Um, Foglets, I saw them. They attacked two customers. I did not see Gemma there in my visions, but it seems as, and then of course today they actually went and attacked um, Lord Sir Durin's forge as well. Seems as with a Bulvor actually, who's clearly sort of more perhaps controlled by something larger. It seems as if there's a problem with necrophage, so foglets and a Bulvor that have been burrowing through the natural caverns to emerge in a surprise way into people's homes to murder them. I would say there's something else going on because they seem to have a bit of a coordination that goes beyond the sort of intelligence of them by themselves. They're mostly sort of bullies rather than planners, but there's some sort of larger planning going on, and it hit two shops so far. Also, it's a little bit strange. Normally, foglets just go and eat people when they emerge, but they kidnap them a bit. Well, probably dying on the way. There's a lot of blood loss, sort of a limb just sort of going here and there. But I would say that there's a bit of a, well, I mean, I did give a statement, but you have some sort of something nefarious that is interfering with the natural order of things and skulking about underneath your homes, and at any moment might just break through a wall to kidnap and murder someone. That's what we discovered in the last 2 days. But I was told that there was a report made. I think it was Lord Zerny sent a report to the council, I suppose. Yeah, so I just happened to be there at the time and did what I could to help out.
Well, thank you. We appreciate your service. And Verena kind of leans over to Arzo and in quiet, intentionally not to be overheard while this whole conversation is going on, just kind of very quietly to Arzo, why did you invite this person?
Haven't you heard how magnificent he is yet?
No.
Also, he is a Lord of Magturga, and I felt like it was kind to extend the invitation. You know, if you were out looking for things to potentially gain, but if not, that is fine too.
She just kind of like, uh-huh.
Oh, I don't know who's in charge of these things, but it seems to me as if these foglets didn't just dig out by themselves. It seems if there's something else going on, too smooth for foglet, claws. So I would say there's a bit of a security problem, and I don't know if you are on this council. I have no idea. I hope that I certainly hope the report went through, because it seems like it's a bit of a dangerous thing.
Mesmo will interject, like, yes, I'm on the council. We appreciate your information. And then would ask, by this point, of course, the appetizers are done and is moving into the soup course. Please, you join us from Magturga, correct? Is that what I heard?
That is where my family lineage comes from, but I am a druid from the circle of Caed Mirkfid, which is in Toussaint. It's one of the largest and oldest druid circles. So that is where I make my life. I'm traveling about trying to keep everything safe, the forest and nature, as it were. But I like to think that I also sort of follow about my expert wife.
Your wife is very charming. What are you doing, Ardzo?
Ardzo's a little you know, he's given it time, waiting for the condescension to come out, even though it's not particularly happening yet. Uh, uh, and so he'll look over at Razmi. He'll look over at Mesmo. He'll look over at Zolkerd. Um, uh, and he'll say, my Lord Muff, how have you been enjoying Mahakam? Please tell us some of your highlights of your stay here so far.
Well, I've only been here 2 days. The journey in was lovely, as it always is. I don't know if you know this, but my wife, her caravan is actually quite swift, and makes trips between here and Matina and all sorts of places with a sort of rapidity that is impressive. But in these last 2 days, since we've been here, mostly I have been dealing with necrophage attacks, actually. That and just sort of perusing the streets. I was taking my charming daughter on a bit of a sightseeing tour, so she could see that lovely statue you have right there, that center, sort of a crystalline sort of thing by the that square with that little tavern, a sort of coffee shop with with the sort of tables out front. So I was showing my daughter about the wonders of this city while my wife is doing business, and besides that, just wandering about, looking at the sights as I always do when I walk here. Yes, but other than that, just waiting about to give statements to the authorities because of all that murder that has happened.
Is there a particular thing you appreciate most about our charming city?
Oh, well, I wanted to bring my daughter to the statue, which I think is quite nice. It's got quite a bit of what do you call it? Craftsmanship behind it. Very impressive. Did you like it, dear? He says to his daughter.
She will nod, and like her mouth is very full at this moment, and she's like been chatting with the other kids at the table. Very much children at the end of the table.
Yeah. Yes, as a family man, I just try to make sure that my daughter can see all the things that she can see. Although as a child of a traveler as we are, she does get to see many things indeed. Not all of trees down here, but it's a different sort of nature and ecosystem. That is always something to be appreciated.
Yes, we don't have a lot of trees.
No.
But we do appreciate whatever ecosystem we do have.
Darling, tell me, what was the last time you came to Mahakam, if I remember correctly, there was some sort of really exciting sort of trade that you did. It had something to do with, what was it? Was it, I remember it was some sort of, was it tapestry work? I know that it was something quite important, and I don't remember the details. You're the one who has a good head for those sorts of things. What was it? And this is like, I think it was probably like she had probably talked about some kind of like really good deal, and he's just trying to feed her a space to sort of show, advertising.
Would you like to give me a social etiquette roll on this one, just so we can see how she does, basically?
Absolutely.
I don't have a sheet for her, so we'll use yours.
Let's see. Social etiquette. I imagine she's much better at these things than I am.
So you can give yourself a +2, but
because she actually deals with people. She does. 17.
She will go on about this deal. It actually was for very intricate tapestries in exchange for some very detailed embroidery work and silks.
And he just sort of smiles and nods. Like it's very clearly that he's like the in these situations, like she's the boss and he's just like the cheerleader, and he just sort of like smiles and nods. Get the kid cuteness bonus, you know.
Yeah. Zerny kind of like makes subtle eye contact with Ardzo. Like, oh, this isn't going like we expected. Going to help.
And honored guest, Lord Math and family, you have told me that you are very well traveled and you know a lot about the world, and I would like to know how Mahakam fares to other cities that you have traveled to. You know, we are unique in our customs, and a lot of the things that we eat, we specialize in here. So we have a unique fare and a unique culture, and we don't get a lot of outside perspective as to how great it is. So share with us, as so perhaps we can learn. How do you like it here in Mahakam from a culture standpoint?
Now, you have said that I just heard you say that you've come back from traveling for 50 years. That is such a surprise. Now, I must say I cannot compare Mahakam to other cities for the most part because I avoid them. I mostly stay in forests, after all. That is my calling. I sort of live in nature most of the time. As a druid, I mostly sort of sit in the oak, the canopy of the oaks, the sacred trees, talking to animals and such. And so the cities in general are something that I'm not as, I do not spend my time generally in those sorts of places. My charming wife could tell you a great deal about the difference, sort of cultural differences between city A and city B. That is, after all, what she specializes in. Whereas I specialize in more about plants and animals, and I am, in fact, from my perspective, and I give room for my dear wife to speak, I think it's fascinating the sort of plant life that you have in Mahakam. There are some very rare things that can only be found here, especially if you're sort of interested in the arcane, not that sort of whatever kind of chaotic thing that mages do, that sort of thing, nothing like that, but like the magic that comes from the earth, sort of like the divine. For example, I find that the Burbacane fruit, which really can only find in these sorts of spaces, is sort of common enough down here. Almost can never get them outside. It's very nice indeed. Although I have to say, the Dwarven Immortelle, that is a very rare sort of fungus indeed. You can also sometimes, I've not been lucky enough to be able to find any Optima Mater, but I would say when it comes to sort of what is special and unique from a natural world sort of space, I think about the ways in which underground ecosystems give you access to, they grow sorts of the natural bounty that really just cannot find anywhere else. I don't know if you cook with them. Do you? Like, do you? I'm sure you have lots of dishes with Burbacane fruit. There was a tart actually that I brought my wife back from that small little trattoria. That's one of her favorites, Burbacane fruit tart. That's very nice. But also, you can use Burbacane fruit for quite a few sort of herbalist means, alchemical means as well. Yes, some very sorts of sulfurous, phosphorus water and such that you can only get here. But that is sort of, sort of gathering sort of herbs and natural things. Darling, as an experienced trader, what do you find? So perhaps you know cities better than I.
As there was a little conversation in Dwarven to Adriana, there's a phrase you may not know within our society. I am going to use it now. I see you married a raven.
She looks quizzically at that.
It is a bird that is an unkindness and will preen and shit over everything but the people it likes. But when it is forced to perform, or in a cage, there is no bird finer, smarter, or more cunning.
She kind of smirks a little at that. Yeah.
My apologies, man.
So my dear Lord Math, in your travels, right? And I appreciate this academic tone that you are taking, with Dwarven culture and our residents here in Mahakam. One thing that you had spoke on before that I am curious to know in your travels, right? You had mentioned that you had spent time with a Leshen and had become friends with one, right? So
of course.
I imagine that, being as well traveled as you are, have you in your travels ever met a higher vampire?
No. Higher vampires are
He's
not
also
really.
gazing at Mesmo to try to get the tracks that he's trying to lay down here.
Higher vampires are not from this plane, and I doubt. Wouldn't you consider them sort of creatures of civilization of some sort? I mean, imagine I don't know what they do. Do they just I am not an expert in let me think about this. Might I roll monster lore?
You may indeed roll monster lore. You know what? What specific thing are you looking to know about our dear friend?
Well, what we sort of within a sort of like a druidic space would know about higher vampires, besides they're not from here. Yes. Because he wants some sort of education on higher vampires. I want to give him something good. 22.
Or 22.
We have many songs about these things.
Cool. This is where things get complicated because you would know. This is the thing. You know the commons.
Because there's what education, monster lore, and witcher.
Yeah,
right?
but for higher vampire, you don't. It would just be it's the only role is for education. So isn't you have this same the same information.
Yeah.
You know that there's this actually makes sense because there are people in the south where you come from who believe there's a secret cabal of powerful vampires operating throughout the continent. They seem to think these vampires connected to some kind of web, pulling strings and manipulating all castes of people. This great clan of vampires came during the conjunction and set up shop near Mount Gorgon or whatever. Seems a little crazy to me, but this is Roldolf, yeah. Of course. All you know is that a vampire might be stronger and faster than a mortal. They might heal from any wound a mundane can inflict, but a silver stake through the heart put them right in the grave. Whether that's true or not, you're not 100% sure.
Well, my understanding about higher vampires, besides that they come from outside of the conjunction, now I will note that the druid circles predate the conjunction, and some of the earliest humans that came over before others were sort of welcomed into druidic communities. So higher vampires, my understanding is that they are creatures of sort of the civilized spaces in an uncivilized way. My understanding is that there's some sort of well, rumor has it in the songs that we've sung, what you hear in passing, is that they have some sort of cabal, some sort of, I don't know, sort of like a secret, some, conspiracy that they pull strings on various people of power and whatnot, that they're sort of like, I don't know, they know emperors and whatnot, kings and so forth, and I don't know, for all I know, they control all sorts of strange things. But as long as they stay out of the forests, then then it's all right, I suppose. Although I should say they are quite dangerous. My understanding is that they cannot really be harmed by average or normal sorts of things. And I said a stake might do it, but I imagine the Countess, the Lady Witcher, would know a bit more about that as a Witcher. Perhaps she's even fought one, I don't know. But I would say this, they're dangerous, and I certainly hope no higher vampire comes to this sort of a place. Because, well, that's, I don't really even think, it's quite alien they are, don't we?
So if you were to, they're very dangerous creatures. These higher vampires. I have heard.
That's what I've heard.
I have heard. If someone were to, I don't know, let's say, have you be the target of a higher vampire, would you say that borders on, harmful intentions?
Oh, Lord Ardzo, first off, having dealings with a higher vampire seems to be quite unwise. It seems like...
I agree, very unwise.
Oh, yeah, yes. I would say it was something like, and also, one moment. So your hypothetical is, let me see if I get this right, someone with ill intent somehow deals some sort of dealing with one of these higher vampires and gets them to attack someone. Is this the hypothetical? How I would think about that?
Potentially, if if one was looking to get rid of somebody and an opportunity came about to target said person by weaving a falsehood and using your likeness in one way, shape, or form to have said higher vampire,
some sort of getting a doppelganger.
But perhaps a doppelganger, perhaps drawing somebody's likeness and or using one's name on a pamphlet and spreading that all around in the area where it is known a higher vampire exists. Would you think that seems like a safe thing to do to someone that you care about deeply?
Well, first off, Lord Ardzo, my opinion as a druid who cares about the balance of nature and has seen things coming in and out. As we would say that there's always predator and prey, there's a natural sort of thing about life, right? Large predator cats eat small things and all of that. But that's the way of nature. That's a natural thing, yes? But deception, in this sort of a way, what you're describing is, I think this would be... Well, first off, I would say it's quite dishonorable. That sort of a thing, that's about deception and dishonor. And I'm sorry, did you say something that you care about? Well, first off, anybody who would send some sort of higher vampire against someone they cared about, clearly they don't care about them. That's the sort of thing that you do when you don't care about somebody. Lying about it, also, I would say it's quite, unwise. Somebody who would sort of deal with some sort of higher vampire in this way does not have a lot of wisdom. I would say a person like that probably suffers from, I'd say an inflated sense of ego. Someone quite arrogant who feels as if they could sort of trick some sort of higher vampire. And you see, that's not how you go about dealing with things like this. First off, I would not deal with a higher vampire at all. But in my case, for example, I know quite a few ancient and powerful creatures, Leshen and the sort. I would never try to trick a Leshen to do anything at all. Leshens, you have to respect them as sort of manifestations of nature, Now, I would not call a higher vampire a manifestation of nature, but I would say if you think you can trick a higher vampire, you're probably going to be murdered by said higher vampire at some point in time, because my understanding is that they're dangerous, and also they're not really part of our natural order, are they? So, one, whoever did it, theoretically, does not care about whoever they did it to. Two, they're not as smart as they think they are. They suffer from an inflated ego that will probably get them hoist on their own petard in a way that will probably involve also, there might be curses involved as well. You know what I mean? People get all sorts. Well, I would imagine the person they sent the higher vampire after might die in a brutal way and then curse them from the dying breath. And that would be a curse, be very difficult, hexes, that sort of thing, difficult to break. I would say whoever did it, dishonorable and also stupid.
Because I feel like with the amount of sheer intellect a higher vampire possesses in this hypothetical situation, that it's only a matter of time before the higher vampire finds out. And if ill intent is still directed at, said individuals to begin with, that it should be amended. So the best opportunity to cover said tracks and save themselves from the ever prying gaze of a intelligent, vicious higher vampire.
They're also immortal, aren't they? They just live forever, which is they can just wait you out and find when you're sleeping, right?
And some dwarves are known for grudges. I try not to keep them myself. It is a stress on me. I do not like to be under stress. But some dwarves are known to carry grudges for a very long time, as we live a very long time. However, we do not live longer than the higher vampire. So that grudge, I am familiar with grudges, but I cannot be familiar with the grudge of a higher vampire. That is just something that will live on for eternity.
Well, let me say this. I don't know anything about that, because I don't deal with, who would deal with a higher vampire? That sort of thing is just, that's madness, really.
Side eyes, Brenna.
But I personally, let me say this. Sometimes people play with fire. Let's take that not metaphorically, but literally. They set fire to forests, yes? Or they cut down trees to sort of make, luckily you don't do that here, that's one good thing, but cut down trees to go and make houses and destroy forests. What happens when that happens? Or they do some sort of disrespect. They do a disrespect, well, something like a lesson perhaps, or the old folks from Broccolon, they will curse you. And that curse will not just hit you, but also your children, your children's children. And that is what you might look forward to when you disrespect the guardians of the force. Could you imagine what sort of thing a higher vampire could do? For all I know, they can channel chaos itself. I would imagine if you cross a higher vampire in some sort of way, well, I imagine, for all I know, they can scry upon where you are at any given moment. And I would imagine that yourself, your children, your children's, perhaps even an entire massacre of everyone you've known and loved could happen. Oh, perhaps they would end your entire line, or perhaps they would do something that would cause you to be misshapen and strange. Ooh, I don't know the full extent of all of their things, but my understanding is they really can't be killed without something going on. So I would say, no, it's a bad idea. That's what I would say, because really, I feel like that's the sort of thing that could bring upon the head of whoever did it, especially if you're lying and being deceptive. Oh, unwise. That's the sort of thing that could get, I think about the ways when a city burns, a village might burn and you just hear the cries of people as they burn alive after some sort of vicious attack because of something like that. It's terrible business. It's terrible business.
Thank you, Lord Math, for your words of wisdom. Sister, what are your thoughts?
Her face is collected. I wouldn't want anyone to get on the other side of a higher vampire. That seems wise, safe.
She speaks well, the lady.
Thank you, Lord Maff. It's
Yeah.
kindness to have. Please. This is a very fine delicacy. You were talking about Bourbacane fruit earlier. This is wild boar that's been roasted with a Bourbacane jam and a very nice crust. I'm sure that you'll enjoy.
Oh, that is so. Thank you for your kindness. Yeah. And he will sort of, if there's any sort of passing, he will do.
There's been the presentation of the roast, and then there's slicing.
Yes.
Not on the table.
Yes.
One of the Thalma is slicing and serving.
Lord Odds, that whole high vampire thing. What a desperately terrible story. I could tell you one day about stories of cursed villagers. That I could certainly do. Ooh.
Oh, I would love to hear it, Lord Maff.
It's terrible business.
Could all of you please roll me awareness?
May I ask a question about this awareness roll?
Yes.
Do I take a penalty?
Yes, I would say that you do.
Thank you. I just asked because...
A penalty of, I would say, just 2 because of
Yes.
math things.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. Because I feel like there's certain things going on that he does just not know about. That he would just not know about. A 13.
18.
Ardzo, Durin, Zolkor, Brenna, and Zerny. Those are the people who passed, by the way. Not everyone did. Notice as the roast is being passed out, that one of the other servants has escorted the children out of the dining room. This was a little bit earlier in the conversation. Yeah. About the point that Arzo started making conversation about this higher vampire, the children were escorted out.
So Math was talking about really gruesome things in front of children, but he doesn't pay attention to those things, you know what I mean? He doesn't.
It's okay.
Yeah.
They weren't there.
Yes.
And they have not returned. You would the 6 people who I mentioned all notice the same thing. Everyone is served the same roast. Everyone is served the same sauce. There are 2 bottles of wine being poured. Zerny, Kazakh, and Ardzo are being poured from 1 bottle of wine. And actually, Gimner has gotten up to pour the bottles while the 2, Thalma and one of the other maids is doing plating, slicing, plating, pouring sauce very artfully around, and then handing out the roast. And he's got 2 different bottles of wine, and he's just pouring as he walks down. But Zerny, Ardzo, and Kazakh are all poured from the same bottle. Durin is not. Maff is not. Adriana is. Mesmo is split between the 2 bottles. It's a moment of, oh, I'm sorry, the bottle ran out. Let me finish, and I'll get 2 more. And then Gimner steps back because then he's made his way around the table.
I would like to attempt something.
Oh?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to attempt a very specific leverage-esque ruse.
Oh? Do tell. I wish to hear more of this.
I would like to propose a long-winded, long-winding speech around the table.
Mm-hmm.
And use sleight of hand during this long time of thanking everybody, being very, very dwarven, very patting on the back, talking up different people. And
which language is this in?
Oh, I'll switch back and forth.
Which makes it longer, right? You have to,
yeah. as I'm going to seeing this, I'm noticing this. Because this crosses a very specific line with Durin. Switching the cups specifically so that the only possibly poisoned ones are for our lovely host and hostess and him.
Well, first I need you to roll me charisma.
Oh yeah.
Because this is going, because the wonderful thing about interlock systems is you can have complementary skill rolls. And so how well you do on your charisma will then give you a bonus to your sleight of hand. While Durin is glad-handing and speechifying and making a very large, long toast, because of course this is the whole point of this, is to make a very long and complicated toast, what is Ardzo doing?
15.
With a 15, you can add a +1 to your sleight of hand roll. But hold that, please, while I find out what Ardzo is doing.
Will Ardzo be able to pick up on what Durin is trying to do? Because he rolled high enough to recognize the bottles, right?
You rolled high enough to recognize the bottles, and you know that that's what happened, that's what started, that Durin started this after the bottle, you saw that, you recognized that the bottle, there were 2 different bottles being poured. You can go ahead and roll awareness at a I'll give you a +2 because you succeeded on the previous awareness check. To see if you understand what. With a 19, I'll say, yeah, you get an idea.
So, Ardzo will look over at Durin while he's prepping, and with like an understanding, like raise of his eyebrows, and then with his his eye facing the outside of the table, he'll wink, and then wrap his fingers around his own glass and start to swirl it and smell it.
Okay.
So does that mean that Durin will not be switching out? Durin will not have to switch out Ardzo's glass? Is that what he's saying? Okay. So that's going to lower the DC now for the sleight of hand that you need to do, because now it's only Zerny and Kazakh and Mesmo's glass, if you wish to.
I'll take Mesmo's because I trust Ardzo if something goes wrong, and especially with the half dose to smooth things out. Actually, no, I'm going to do a kindness for our dear Witcher, because this might actually get her slightly tipsy. So
you're gonna give the poisoned glass to
the slightly poisoned glass to the Witcher.
Okay, so the pellet with the poisons and the vessel with the pestle and the flagon with the dragon has the brew that is true. But they broke the flagon with the dragon. Excuse me, no, I got backwards. The pellet with the poisons and the vessel with the pestle and the chalice from the palace has the brew that is true. But they broke the chalice from the palace. So, the pellet with the poisons and the vessel with the pestle and the flagon with the dragon has the brew that is true. Yes, I can still do that off the top of my head. For those of you who don't know, that's from a movie called Court Jester. Please look it up. Wonderful film starring Danny Kaye and a child age, and by that I mean she's like 17. All I can think of is her character in what's her name? Not Murder, She Wrote. Who is what
Angela Lansbury.
Angela Lansbury, and all I'm thinking is, Fletcher, and I'm like, that's not her real name. Although,
No, but we love Jessica Fletcher here.
We all love Jessica Fletcher. But yes, a 17-year-old Angela Lansbury is in this film. Go watch it. It's hilarious. It's wonderful. So with that's going to lower your DC, and you still get a +1 for the charisma roll earlier.
May I give a bonus to Durin unknowingly?
How?
Well, because Math recognizes that this is like a speech, but it's not all in Elder Speech. It's going back and forth between Dwarven and Elder Speech. And so he wants to sort of clap at the right moment, but he's never quite certain when that is because this speech is going on for a very long time. And so I think that he's like, there's like a kind of like he's visibly trying to figure out the right time to do it in a way that is, I think, somewhat distracting, because it's like, nope, right. And I think there's a
I will let you roll a complementary skill. If you skill high enough, I will let you take that bonus. I will also say there's 4 points of luck from the kindness of chat.
I think I'm going to use all of them because this is a big con.
So I think my question is if I could do a reverse roll, in the sense that if I fail my social etiquette, then I'm distracting, but if I succeed, then I'm not.
I will,
because I'm trying to do the social etiquette properly, and if I feel like if I do it properly, then I don't give him the bonus. But if I don't do it properly,
I will say I will accept that. That makes sense to me. I think and it's an appropriate way to use. This isn't raw rules as written, but it's in the theme of the.
It's like a
spirit.
It's in the spirit of the rules.
Yeah, like I'm trying to do the right thing, and if I fail to do the right thing, then I think it'll give him a distraction. But if I do the right thing, then it won't. Because I don't realize I'm doing it. 14 for social etiquette.
I would say that isn't a fail enough to be overly distracting, because and that's one of those, you want to clap at the right time, but because he's going back and forth between Elder Speech and Dwarven, the impression that he is giving is that he's pausing periodically to translate into Elder Speech. So it's not that you're lacking in timing, you've just shifted to, now all I have to follow is the translation. I don't have to follow the...
Perfect.
That makes sense. So you do not get his bonus, but you do get your bonus of a +1, and you get the 4 points of luck you just took from chat.
Yep.
Thank you.
Here
because I feel like that's the only way it would work. That like if he failed, right, the social etiquette, then that bonus would happen. Because he doesn't realize there's anything going on.
With a
weird.
22.
Ooh.
You needed a 23 to get all of them.
You could spend 1 point of luck.
Do you have 1 point of luck to spend?
I have 1. Now I'm out.
With a 23, you've managed to switch. You switched Zerny and Kazak's glasses with Perga and Gimner's glasses, and you switched Mesmo's glass with Brenna. That was what you wanted to do, correct? Brenna
Yes.
have
A slightly one. Just to maybe give Brenna a buzz.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of what it is. Plus, she took white. No, she didn't take white honey yet today. She's fine. So, at that, there's a round of applause. The toast goes off. I need... Well, I'll roll for Brenna. I need Ardzo to roll... Ardzo, I'm so... Well... Make sure I have the right roll. I think it's going to just be physique, but let me double check because there's actual stats in here. I have to make sure that it isn't other things. No, it's endurance. It would be endurance here.
I will note that Math probably would not have been as well behaved if his wife weren't here. That's just a thing to note.
Yeah, it's okay. Things are about to get real interesting real quick. So I need an endurance roll from Ardzo. I'll roll the endurance roll for Brenna. She gets a bonus because, well...
Does Ardzo actually drink it?
Do you attempt to, or here's the thing. I either need an endurance roll if you actually drink it, or I need a sleight of hand if you're going to try and not drink it.
Yeah.
So what he's gonna do after everybody toasts and drinks, he's gonna look his sister right in the eye and down the whole glass of wine in one gulp.
So now becomes my very important answer. Are you going to go even further and flip the glass?
Flip like flip cup in beer, like the beer game?
No.
No, in toasts in in events like this, you after you finish the toast and to signify that it's the last toast and the last time you're going to drink, you flip over the glass and put it down.
Oh, that's baller. Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
And it's usually a sign that this is the last drink that will be had and the last toast that will be had that night. And if you're doing it, and for what you're saying, this kind of gives that impression.
Yeah.
Um,
Flat endurance.
for you, it is a flat endurance. Brenna, because of things, gets a +2.
Arzo may be immortal, so we don't know.
Yeah, but if he gets
We
too
don't
low,
know.
that's not necessarily a good thing for you all.
Yeah, this is also true.
Oh,
Brenna fails, and so does Art.
oh.
So I have a very important question for you, Artzo. You needed a 27, and this is mathematical because I figured out how this actually works, and I did math for alchemy earlier.
I'm
It was
excited.
complicated. I have a very important question for you, Artzo. We'll get to what happens with Purga and Gimner in a minute. What do you do as you begin to feel your entire trachea burn?
He will, so with the cup tilted over on the thing, he will hopefully be the first one to have drank the glass of wine, because he shot the whole thing, flipped over the cup, and then in a dramatic fashion stand up from his chair, press his arms down into the table, and resist as he feels his throat catch on fire, and have his knuckles dig in his the tips of his fingers dig into the tablecloth, and like his nails start to scratch into the wood. His eyes start to become bloodshot almost immediately as he looks at his sister, and there's nothing about this that seems normal or
Are you
like,
all right? I just like pat his back.
and it's the back. My back is already sweating. My muscles are so tense that you immediately, if you are remotely an empathetic individual or have ever tried to feel something that anyone else has felt ever,
Sure.
something is wrong.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say it's necessarily empathy, but more like I do medical things, sort of, you know.
Sorry,
and I think like patting him back, like oh, like you have to be polite in these public things, right? And then like, oh, something is. My dear Lord Arzo, are you all right?
Oof.
Is this what you wanted, sister?
Well, your sister's gonna have a small problem in a minute. Your sister isn't talking because she's fallen to the floor and collapsed into a period of seizures. Gimner, yeah, she's real messed up. It's real bad for her. She not one.
Yeah, I see that nat one.
Gimner looks about the same. You know, he looks not great, but he's starting to sweat and burn. It's slower with Brenna. She had a different DC because it was halved. And she's also a witcher, so there's different things. But hey, Billy, Billy, my man. I really hope you don't lose my number, but I need 21 through armor.
Oh yeah, for sure. Through armor, that makes total sense.
And you are currently poisoned as a condition.
Yeah.
Which is means that you're taking damage each round. Your sister, however, is she not one and seriously screwed up. So it's actually
Just pulling up the book.
she's seizing and is about to bleeding from the eyes and various orifices, and you can see like.
So
I'm gonna rush to help, but I don't really.
Arzo is going to try to fight through all of this to also go to his sister and help.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is ultimately not what he wanted.
I need to check what this you're really gonna have to be quick. I should point
Yep.
out.
I figure I can get a diagnose out of the way
You can indeed.
with I'm assuming with a bonus because I clearly
feeling it.
know what happened.
Yes, you can have a +2. Um, where is that status? Okay, here's this. Okay. So you're doing 3 points of damage every round.
Yeah. Okay.
So I would say it's going to, you know, with the to get to your sister and diagnose in 1 round, that's 3. That's 3.
Yeah. I'm fine with that.
And then she's also let's put it this way. You know that your sister is going to die in the next 6 seconds if you literally in the next round. She just she had no defense. She's going to die.
So if I went first and then she took damage to die.
Well,
so
she's
she
in a
would-
death state, so I'm going
Yeah,
to have to
okay.
roll a death save for her for this round, which look, I didn't at the time. Want to know the best thing about this Witcher book? Really great thing.
That's awesome.
That's really awesome. Hashtag not sponsored, but I'm just gonna say that if you wanted to check things out, it's right there on the Artalsorian website. Want to know that they have some really great stats for like iconic characters, and for when I don't have a stat sheet for someone, I just use those. And she survived her first death save because I'm using Zoltan Chibi's
Dwarves.
dwarves with a body of 10 for a win. But yes,
all
she's
dwarves got a body of 10 in my book.
probably. So she survives the first round. Durin, Math, what are you doing on this first round?
I'm staring at Mesmo.
Mesmo is freaking out and running over to, you know, has that moment of like, sees Ardzo and Ardzo and Math go to Purga, so Mesmo is going to Gimner immediately because it's Gimner is actually closer, and it's like if the two of you are going to Purga, then he should check on his brother-in-law.
As he's doing, I'm going, my dear Mesmo, remind me as an elder, what is the punishment for trying to kill someone who is a guest at your house?
Usually I would end up stabbing them and cutting their intestines out. He's saying this as he's...
Do you want to use my dagger or yours?
Uh...
Because that's what he just tried to do. As I point to Gimner.
Roll persuasion. Now here's the thing. You have the DC is a little bit higher than you would expect because you are encouraging well, I mean technically 17.
In-laws.
17.
I mean he's an in-law. Rather, I mean Mesmo doesn't really like Gimner. And he kind of steps back for a moment and goes, it would make such a stain on the floor. So he's not going to take your knife to stab but he's going to let things happen. Let's see if Gimner can survive this round. Bets on if he survives this round, everybody.
He's a dwarf, he might survive.
Ooh, well, he didn't succeed on
That's right.
on the DC, so
Yep.
ooh. He is still going. For mechanic purposes, he tried to overcome the poison, which in that case, if you fail, You normally would just take 3 more poison damage, wouldn't be a problem, but because this is now an active poison and I did weird things to it, you would take extra damage each round. Depending on how far bad you failed. So Math, what are you doing this round?
Great. Math is gonna go, oh, like rush over there, see all of that, like, oh, some servants, we need help. Help, someone, we need help. That's what I'm gonna do, because he does not heal people.
Thalma is freaked out and she is in the corner.
Oh,
and she's like, Kazakh has come around and is, trying to help. Kazakh and Zerny have kind of come around to try and help Brenna. Zolkor is moving over to Ardzo to try and help Ardzo.
So normally in these sorts of things, situations, you have some sort of captain of the guard or some such thing, and if they're nobles, there should be some sort of captain of the guard, or at least a butler a valet who could get one. So I'm going to be looking for that, that sort of person. That person's not helpful. I'm trying to sort of get the eye, this is help. I'm going to try to, flag down the those people, the help people.
So let's say this is the start of round 2. Ardzo, you take 3 damage at the start of the round. What is your action this round?
So I did diagnose. And now I want a healing hands.
All right. You may roll a healing hands. I will tell you again. How are you aiding him? Because your previous action would not help him.
For this next round, right? Because that was I did in the first round. For the
but that's the thing, is he's going in front of you in this round.
Okay.
So that's my thing. It's like, how would you have been helpful?
Right. So I will probably help him for the round after this.
We can do that. That works. You're trying to roll to stabilize and get her to not be in the poisoned condition anymore, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You may roll a healing hands.
Any bonus due to the diagnose?
The standard +2 that you get for diagnose.
Okay. 20.
I'm gonna say she is still poisoned, but she is not going to have to make a death save this round. You did not manage to stabilize her. Usually the stabilized DC is based on the wound, and in that case, because it's not specific, and what I did with the math, I'm going to use a slightly lower DC than the actual endurance check. But I would say instead that you need a 25.
Yeah.
Rather than the 28 you need. Math and Durin, what are you doing?
Now that I have at least stalled Mesmo from trying to help the bastard, this is the part where, as I'm seeing him dying, I am going to bring him up close. This is the part where you tell me you invested in an antidote.
Something special. And he parses in Dwarvish, specifically translated to something along the lines of unclean cursed one, and spits at Ardzo's direction. Mind you, he's basically not quite seizing on the ground. He can still talk. It's definitely unpleasant, but, he's not horribly.
As he does that, very loudly in Dwarven, may the ancestors reject you and your line.
I have no idea what they're talking about.
Oh, I need a roll from Durin in this moment. Because it is an emotionally charged moment. I would say this. Would you not say this, everyone?
Yeah, I would.
I need. Ooh, what is the actual thing? Because
Will?
it's, yeah, I just need a straight will. Because it wasn't specifically hex weaving, but it's cursing someone, which anybody can do and isn't actually spellcasting. No,
That's will save.
that's a will save. I just need you to roll a d10 plus will.
Okay.
Sorry, I should have been more specific. A d10 plus will, not a will save.
Yeah.
Which, remembering, of course, that saves are the only thing you want to roll low in this game on.
Yeah.
11. Okay. Good to know. I'll put that in the back of my head. Thanks. Math.
I'd like to roll first aid to sort of be nurse to Odzo to help him do whatever he's trying to do.
Okay.
Not great at first aid because that involves, people. But a 19.
A 19, Ardzo, you can get a +2 to your next healing hands roll. But, Zolkor...
I'm just like laying out things, trying to get him whatever it is that he needs.
Zolkor is concerned about Ardzo, so he has brought over a giant glass of water and juice to try and help Ardzo. And so he's going to roll healing first aid to try and stabilize you with this. Using again, doing on the fly math is great.
Yeah. +2 to me.
Ooh, a 27. He stabilizes
Jeez.
you. Your
Nice.
boyfriend still loves you, Ardzo.
Yeah, well, he must have developed these skills randomly outside of
He spends a
here,
lot.
or
He
really
spends
lucky.
he spends a lot of time. He spent a lot of time following you around and watching what you did.
That's creepy. Or is it romantic? Who
Upwinds.
can say? Um,
And like pulling out some herbs and handing them to Ardzo, like cleaning things, water.
I should roll
Peppermint ginger.
Brenna's.
Yeah,
I have to
ginger.
roll Brenna's endurance to try and overcome. Should I spend any of her luck?
Yeah.
I think
It refreshes each
should.
episode, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
for each session. Yes.
Yeah,
Spend
yeah,
3.
yeah. Spend it.
28. She stabilizes herself.
Just that one moment of, oh, this is too strong.
It's like I don't like. It's like the burn. Like the it's like the disorientation might be entertaining, but the burning and the
And the seizing? No.
no.
Yeah.
Nope. Then we should see if Gimner survives this round. He's taking 3 damage off the top, and he needs to see. He does not succeed.
Mm-hmm.
He is now in a death state.
No, I'm not related to him.
Huh?
Also, he's the one who poured it. I am
He
pretty much
succeeds on the
at thi-
first round.
at this point, I'm an accessory to murder because I'm making sure he dies.
Is
This
that
is
an
true.
accessory to murder, or is that self-defense?
Technically, he wasn't the one being targeted, so
That's fair. You're right.
if
Smart.
Ardzo had done it, it might have been an argument for self-defense, but
Yeah.
but you also have the point of he's technically a member of the Council of Elders, and so is Mesmo, so could
Well,
you argue for...
but-
Oh, Zolkor's also there, so you might have an argument for a quorum for a judicial hearing?
Well, at the same time, it's like, as a member of the council, I can say that he did try to poison Mesmo. Oh,
Yes, political assassination on top of family murder. That's a thing.
And bad hospitality. Very bad host.
yeah, this is one of those things that curses people.
Yeah, the hospitality issue is lessened by the, family
Fratricide?
murder. No, family murder. You know, kinslaying, not good. Kinslaying, never good.
Kinslaying is how you get wraiths, folks. Don't kinslay.
This one, did you want wraiths? Because this is how you get wraiths.
That's how you get rates. I give my +2 bonus to
You give your
Arzo.
+2 bonus to Arzo. Arzo, your turn. You are now
Yeah, so-
stabilized.
Which is great. So do I still take damage?
No, you do not take. You're no longer have the poisoned condition.
Okay.
You
So my healing hands is at a +4 now. 2 with diagnose, 2 with
Mhm.
Lord Math's assistance.
yes. 29 is good enough to stabilize Urga. She is no longer dying. Well, let me rephrase. Yeah, she's no longer dying, and she no longer has the poison condition, so she's not going to take any damage this round, which would have been really bad because she still needs to make it. She would have had to have made another death save.
Yeah.
She looks fucked up and freaked the fuck out. Arzo,
Go ahead.
You're the one who's related to Purga. Roll an awareness, please. Or excuse me. Human perception.
What about dwarven perception? Why isn't that a stat?
It should be dwarven
Oh,
perception.
because
We'll
you
go with the
know.
dwarven perception.
Human perception. Straight up.
Yeah, you get to make this roll because you
Yeah.
at least know her. Others probably wouldn't get to make the roll at all.
19.
She's scared and doesn't know what's going on. Like she had no knowledge of this.
And he'll like sympathetically look at her and ask her in his, because his throat's burning, would you like me to save your husband?
And she kind of leans, and still in dwarven, because at this point
Yeah.
you're beyond foreign, second or even third languages. You are into only first language, and she will basically say, I don't know what happened, why. Figure he answers. Which is like, I don't really care if you save my husband, but at the same time, you might want to ask him questions.
And then he'll if this is too much for an action or a turn, like recognizing that Lord Math has been helping him point to her husband, and like you can see him trying to reposition himself to focus his efforts on shifting in that direction.
You can get, like, because the two of them are just kind of lying next to each other, you can turn towards Gimner in this moment, but you already used your action to save your sister this round, so.
Yeah, I will make my intent known.
Yeah.
In which case, I will sort of shift over to sort of doing the first aid prep to help him, assuming he's going to help this person his next round. 17.
17 is good enough to get the +2 again. Doran, what are you doing this round?
He's not going to necessarily stop the saving, but quite declaratively in Dwarven, he is not worth your mercy.
Mesmo doesn't disagree.
I don't know what any of these.
Neither is Zolkor or Zerny.
Speaking some foreign
Hey,
language.
I have a very important question to ask Ardzo. Very important question. What's your hit point situation looking like?
13 out of 40. I took a big hit.
What's your wound threshold?
Wound threshold is going to be like 8 or 9.
Yeah, it's 8.
He has to get below a quarter.
Hmm.
Is what the wound threshold really is what general math on that is. So it is your turn, sir. Actually, no, I have to make him roll. Oh, he succeeds even with the second lower DC. But he takes 3 more points of damage this round. He's not looking great. Your turn, sir.
I'm gonna healing hands, right? Assuming that the diagnosis is the same is a big assumption. So if I can get that bonus, cool. If I don't have that bonus, then I'll take what I can get.
Within the same moment, the same actions are occurring. I will say that you can get the same bonus.
Uh-oh. You just said it with a tone.
I feel like at a cost, but it's okay. I'll pay that cost.
Just gonna say that this is a case of poisoning, and they are 2 different individuals, 2 different body weights, and 2 different heights, and
Right.
all of that wonderful stuff. So yeah, go right ahead.
Oh.
So do I still get the +2 from?
Yes, because he
Roll off.
succeeded on his roll to help you.
And with diagnose, do I still a +2?
So total, you're rolling a +4.
$26.
Barely, but now he is stabilized and no longer is suffering the poisoned condition and not actively dying. So we're gonna come out of initiative for this. Well, we're popcorn initiative that we were doing in this moment.
Yeah. I think what Math does is he's like, because like we're in the middle of like helping other people, right? And he's like, wait, the children, and he's gonna just pop up and kind of just leave, stop helping, because
I
right,
love that
he's
so
like,
much.
like he could continue helping, but he's not going to. He's gonna sort of go over to Thalma and be like, my daughter, Ainfra, my daughter.
She kind of shakes her head. Is like, oh, the children are playing in the front room. Please, let me show you. And she will show you to the parlor, basically, where you had drinks before dinner. And the children are all there having a very grand time and are basically like, this level of like, they were served the entree separately, and there's a level of small sword fighting going on with the chicken legs.
Okay. Seeing that they're not in danger.
No, there's this moment of like, Mesmo's son kind of hides the chicken leg behind his arm, like, we weren't playing with sword fighting with our food at all in any way, shape, or form.
Just to play it off like, I'm looking at you. You know, he doesn't say anything. He just looks, and he comes back, and when he comes back, he makes eyes with his wife to let her know that like it's okay. Like,
yeah.
It's like,
Adriana is freaked out, but she's kind of moved over next to Kazakh has kind of like taken her and is not explaining what's going on because he doesn't really know what's going on, but being like, let's get out of the way over here. Zerny is kind of tending at this moment to Brenna. Zolkor is standing right next to Ardzo and is not leaving his side. And Kerwin is well, fuck, I'm entertained now.
We promised him a good evening.
Yeah, we certainly did.
Yep.
So in the moment that he gets stabilized, Arzo's gonna like reach back and grab Zolkor's like shoulder and like squeeze, not look at him, but like focus on the task at hand, but just like as a like a fucking relief, like almost like he's putting all of his weight on Zolkor.
And Map is going to join his wife, right? Because they've got it taken care of, you know.
Verena is coming over to Odriana. Verena started to go towards Odriana, then realized that Perga has been stabilized, and is going over to her in case there's, like, to be a feminine presence with this very sick woman with a lot of men hanging around her. most of them are related to Perga, but they're still like brought in as like, let's, how can I help her right now?
I just backed off. Be around.
And Zerny is kind of like pulled Brenna out of the way again. Brenna almost looks like she's had, like this had an effect on her. It kind of did, but not badly. Not really badly.
She's had worse.
Yeah,
She's had infinitely worse, and it really didn't do much. Actually, didn't do a lot of damage to her. It ended up doing. She was only really suffering for one round. So.
Yeah.
So Arzo will look at Razmi and will pick the husband up like by the armpit, even though he's like stabilized, and gesture that Razmi assist if able.
Oh yeah, I'll take care of that. I will aid you in the movement of the bastard.
And Arzo will try to find like a corner in the kitchen quarters outside of this main room.
Yeah, so you'll pull her into the room, the kitchen. Like there's a little hallway off that leads off through the servants' hallway to, a small like butler's pantry that's a distance, but not all the way to the kitchen, unless you want to go all the way to the kitchen.
And then Arzo will look at him directly in his face. He's like, "Let's talk options." Oh yeah, Kitty, you got something to say? Sorry, Dale just looked up at me after I said that and meowed, and it was the cutest thing.
I will note that Durin knows that that Math can get visions out of people's blood because he talked about getting it from the
squeezings.
The squeezings. Yeah.
Mesmo followed, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, I would insist.
Mesmo followed and Zolkor followed. Like Zolkor is
glued.
Yeah.
He was promised, something funny that would be enjoyable. The possible death of Arzo was not something he thought was going to be enjoyable.
Yeah, this went from a haha evening to a night with the Corleones.
Yeah. Yeah.
No. The Corleones don't kill people at dinner.
Maybe
after dinner.
The phrase, a night with the phrase.
That's true.
Michael did. I'm just.
Michael didn't kill anybody at dinner.
He had dinner with the mob boss.
But he didn't. He went. Yeah, but in the first one, and when he shot him, but he didn't kill them at dinner. He killed them before dinner was served. After, remember, the waitstaff all went out. The orders were taken, and he went into the kitchen, and then he shot everybody.
It is true. It is true.
The food wasn't on the table yet.
That is fair.
So he'll like grab his shirt and slam his shoulder into the wall and look him like nose to nose. She didn't know.
And he smiles at that.
Killing you now would be unwise. Do you agree, Razmi, Mesmo?
He kind of sighs, shifts, and cracks his, does that thing where he cracks every bone in his shoulders, and then is like, there's a lot we could do before death. That could be better.
I propose something a little more bold.
Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we take this to the council. As there are several eyewitnesses, it will be almost assured. The only thing is, I do care about my sister despite everything that has happened, as we share the same blood. And you share offspring. And she and I shared the same blood. You, not so much. But I know you're not smart enough to do this by yourself. So you can start talking. Do you really want me to finish that sentence?
I feel like you're being very intimidating here.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's what you're rolling here.
Mm-hmm.
Again, very pointedly, because there are few things that a dwarf values more than their hands.
Mm-hmm.
I am looking pointedly between his hands and my dagger.
You can roll intimidation, and then if you roll high enough, you'll give the bonus to,
Yeah.
For complementary skills. I love the complementary skill rolls in Artel Serene games.
And I feel like a 3-person group of dwarves in a room collectively is like, and one of them is incapacitated. Like that's a pretty powerful presence.
You don't
But,
get an
I'm-
additional bonus from Durin. You only get the +1 that you were going to get for both Durin and Mesmo tag teaming with this. So you don't get an additional bonus, but so you get a +1.
+1, great. I'm gonna burn all 6 of my luck on this one, so +7.
Cool. Feel like you're. Ooh, an 18. What are you trying to do as you're being very intimidating? What do you... This is a mechanics question from your GM.
Mhm.
What is it you... Do you want to find out information, or do you want to freak him the fuck out?
I want to see how far this is rooted. So if it were just him and I was mistaken, he'd tell me. Regardless, I'm looking to find the truth.
Mhm.
And then if there was someone else involved, at the chance that he could be spared, he would let me know.
Cool. I need to make a roll for him.
I believe resist coercion.
Yeah, that would be it.
Situation.
Yep.
I don't think any other game has that kind of role.
It's a great skill, though.
Yeah.
It's a little social attack going on from our Ardzo.
Yeah, I mean, I think resist coercion should be in more games. Just saying. Ooh, but it's a 26. He will just make eye contact and actually go, why should I trust someone that's unclean? And he will actually try and spit on Arzo. Now, mind you, his throat is burned as fuck from the acid that's the core base of this poison and has no
Functioning.
No. At this
spit.
point, as he's trying to hawk something up, I just grab his beard and throw it over his face.
Okay, well that's fair.
That's well timed. Why should you trust me with this information? Let me tell you why. Because your life, you selfish asshole, is comprised of more than you. You should be making decisions in protection of my sister and your offspring. You clearly have failed and neglected their own personal safety, as you could see that your wife has almost died. I came to save her. I tried to save you because I am a compassionate individual. Now, if that does not give you reason to trust me as looking out for your best interest in protecting my family, your perception of your practice and place in dwarven society is completely mistaken. You should also trust me, because I could have killed you and or let you die several times, and I have not. Unclean in your eyes? Sure. But every time you wipe your ass and miss a little bit, you are unclean too. But I can tell you now that the true gesture of mercy is looking upon someone who is inferior and treating them as an equal. So you get to decide here where this is going to go. Does it end with you? Or are you going to look out for the well-being of your family for once?
I feel like that's a persuasion.
Mm-hmm. Straight up?
You can get a +1 from the others being there, but they're not really helping at this moment.
20.
He makes eye contact with you and is going to roll resist coercion again. But he's critting on that, which means he's going to make his next action, which is what I thought he was going to do.
Uh-oh.
He's going to try and stab you.
Yeah, yep.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to get in the way.
I mean, now he's attacking, specifically attacking to stab Arzo. Arzo can dodge, and you can then move in, but you both have the actions at the same time, really.
All right, let's
One of you is wearing armor.
yeah, I think dodging is the best option for me. Okay.
He's pulled his little holdout knife to try and stab you with, because, you know, everybody's got a knife. Oh, but
37. Jesus Christ.
Oh, God, yes.
Oh, you were
Like
like water.
not
You were like water.
yeah, like
Yeah,
shifts to the side.
It's very subtle. The minute he tries to stab you, Durin, what is your action? Because Zolkor's got an action he's been waiting on.
I get right in the way of that dagger.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I'm in Mahakam plate.
Yeah,
Unless he's a dragon, there ain't no way he's gonna hurt.
mathematically speaking, a dagger cannot pierce Mahakam plate. It doesn't matter. Like, there is no dagger, unless there's been one that's magicked, that can get through Mahakam steel plate.
Or even leather, to be honest.
And
like just, you know.
and Arzo will say after all this, I need him alive.
Oh, that's real good, because Zolkor is gonna end that. What were you going to do, Durin?
Like, you have now assaulted the line of Doran. I'm smiling. I get to make a argument on your life and the lives of your line. And I am not as merciful as he is. I'm going to take the dagger from him.
Okay, well, that's fair. I need you to roll the brawl attack.
Okay.
The disarm, I think.
Yeah, disarm, but it's with brawling instead of
Mm-hmm.
a weapon.
Disarm take. Wow, they put that in there. That's so cool.
Yeah, it's got disarm and takedown now.
18.
Isn't it great when I don't have to do as much math? 23. He manages to hold on to it. And like kind of shift it to his other hand out of the way. But he's not taking his, like, he's now focused on you. He's also focused on Ardzo. Zolkor is going to come up behind him, and Mesmo is going to come up behind him. So now he's surrounded, and Zolkor is gonna try and just rip the thing out of his hand. I'm just going to use the same stats. So the 17 to defend means that Zolkor rips the dagger out of his hand and then throws it out of the room. Like, just rip, pull, throw kind of motion. And then, you know, he's got his short sword. It pulled and, like, subtly at Gimner's kidney.
You're not worth killing. Killing means the lesson's over.
Oh, he doesn't have to be pretty, gentlemen.
No. I want him pristine. I want him absolutely pristine. The elders need to see him.
That's where we're going to end for tonight.
Ooh.
How we all doing? How we all feeling? How life okay?
Awesome.
I feel like I should have been in bed an hour ago, but this was 100,000% worth going into sleep debt.
Look, it was important sleep debt. It was lots of things were going on. Lots of drama. But we should do all of the good things and share all of the love, and then where all the things you can be found and all that good stuff, and then I'll do my spiel at the end. So why don't we start with Billy, because, you know, your brother-in-law tried to poison you.
Yeah, I sure did. And it turns out it wasn't my sister, so good thing I played a little light-handed on that one. And you know, I tried to do the right thing and get him to shut up and talk. Well, you can't do both those. I tried to get him to talk politely, but then he went and assaulted another dwarf in line. Things are not looking good for this motherfucker right here. But you know what? That was a really eventful and telling situation for Ardzo. That is for sure. These next weeks are going to be interesting.
Interesting indeed. Interesting. But where can we find you? Share.
Oh, Strength Saves on Twitter, Bill of the Forest on other stuff. But I don't give a rip about social media at all. And in a perfect world, you shouldn't either. But that's the tool that everyone's using. So, like, do the thing. Be helpful. Don't be a jerk on the internet. Be friendly. Build community.
All good things. All good things. And we'll see you back next week for more fun. Then we should jump down to the other line that's been assaulted today. Hi Pope, how are you? How are you feeling?
Hi, surprised. Very surprised. This is not what I was expecting. This did not go where I had any thought it was going to go. But damn, what an episode. I hope you were all as much on the edge of your seat as I was, because that was a roller coaster ride. Hey everybody, Pope here, Pope World Balance, where Pope World Balance, which I lurk in all your streams. Follow these amazing people, because yeah, one, they're amazing, and two, you need good people in your lives. These are good people. Between Math doing a just complete switcheroo and bamboozling us, making us look like fools, and then turning to help, and then actually helping. It was, we saw a lot of the character that we had not seen, and for that I am in awe. And at the very least, it's intriguing. And then Arzo and the family. This thing has been coming since episode 1, season 1, and we're finally getting there. And to be essentially courtside for this is the best seat in the house. Also, dude, Arzo's just too damn good. It's gonna get him in trouble one of these days.
No, I know
It's almost
exactly
like
why.
he doesn't belong there.
No, I know exactly why Arzo had to do that, though.
And the Prax weaving all of these giant webs that we're all caught in. If you want to see more of my ridiculous face, you get a number of opportunities pretty much wherever Prax or Trooper are, because I follow around like a little puppy. And so yeah, you can come in and see me nip at their heels tomorrow night, 8:30 p.m. over on Wandering DM as we continue on with Montreal by Night. There's going to be a cover-up. The amount of work that will go into said cover-up has yet to be determined. Tune in for that. And then be back here on Saturday for Song of Agapia's Fortune. As if you think this has so many layers, that one just got started, and it is like it's phyllo. That is it is baklava, that show. So come enjoy the tasty treat, and then be back here someday for more of this. And Lindy, I hope you're having a wonderful time over there on your vacation. We desperately miss you. Sorry about poisoning you. And with that, thank you all so much for being here. Where a live VOD YouTube store is nothing without its audience. You're much part of this as we are. And take care of yourselves, one another. Till next time, see you around.
And last but certainly never least, Billy has something to say, something to add.
Oh no, I was just tossing up the
Oh, okay.
horns.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I just saw the movement in the corner of my eye, and it was like the.
Oh
okay.
yeah.
No, but last but certainly never least in this group of friends. Hi, Trooper. How are you? How's Math feeling?
Math is feeling fine because the children are safe. He didn't get a lot. Like, he's hoping that out of all of this, his wife will get good business. I mean, there was some like they helped save some people, right? Which means maybe she'll get some good business, and that'll be good because, right? That's good. And also he tried to call for like the people to do stuff, and they didn't show up. Well, anyway, hopefully they'll get some favors, and then his wife will do well because that's good. Which means he did everything he did out of altruism.
Continue your spiel. I'll be right back. I just
will.
heard something very odd I need to check on.
All right, let's hope it is not a vampire. That would be terrible.
Or the dog going through the window.
Yes, that either. So I'm Trooper SJP, and you can find me at Trooper SJP. That's my space. You can next find me Monday for Montreal by Night over at Wandering DM's channel, where my character is not gonna be in a space to stop doing some really terrible things once we start up that episode. Like I'm at 4 hunger and probably gonna push it because he's not in a good space. He's already in it's a thing. There's gonna be some stuff. It's gonna be some stuff, and it's not gonna be pretty. That's cool. And then you can find me on my next RPG will be Friday, where I'll be doing going solo on my channel 7 p.m. Trooper SJP will be doing RuneQuest, the RuneQuest solo adventure, which is part of my decade, like my sort of doing the RPGs of the first decade of the hobby. And then, of course, back here on Sunday for more The Witcher Roads Home, where we will find out what happened. And I'm going to give my love to I'm gonna give my love to Billy for being like, oh, I see you. You have no idea. I'm just gonna just pull this on out. Just keep going. Just keep going. It was so brilliant. It was so good. It was so good. And then I'm gonna go and give my love to Pope for being very, very scary, actually. And that the line is like, you just assaulted the line of door. And I was like, oh, yeah. That's bad for you, gentlemen. That's good on Pope right there. And of course, I'm going to go and give love to Prax for when Purga's eyes was like, I don't know what is going on. That was a lovely dinner. One always loves a good dinner. Where people make friends, hang out with each other, and learn new things about each other. And I appreciate you all telling me when you were speaking in Dwarven and when you weren't, because my character does not speak Dwarven at all, and is just, I like to know what I don't know. That's nice. That is nice.
I am just like completely beside where we ended up, and I don't know about you two, but so far I have yet to play in any stream game where a meal, a celebration, a wedding has gone on with no problems.
I feel like I must have. I have. I played a campaign where people ate dinners together all the time, and rarely did it go poorly.
I feel like we had breakfast a couple of times. I think it's just dinner. Breakfast's go great. Dinner's not so much.
Breakfast has gone great, and there have been multiple times where I have played games when dinner has gone with Billy, even when dinner has gone well. Usually, however, Billy's character is making dinner. At that case.
Yes, that is fair.
Weirdly enough, it's just like a through line with my characters.
Yeah, but I remember this one time in Westeros where there was a meal that didn't go so well.
Oh, that happens often, actually, in Westeros. Westeros is not a place you want to go have dinners with people.
Yeah, I mean, but that was because someone got a little, neither Billy's character nor my character was at that dinner, I would like to point out.
Well, there was another one where there was like the spillage of drinks, there was like a meeting, and words were had.
Yeah, but that was just words. There wasn't like violence. There was
Words
a threat of
violence.
Huh? There was a
words
threat
can be emotional violence.
Well, there's that. Yeah, I don't care. Thank you, everybody. Sorry about that. I had to go check on the dog. It just knocked something over.
Is your dog okay?
Yeah, the dog's okay. So for those of you, I'll tell you what it is. We have a sliding glass door, and there's been these animals that have been coming up on the back porch and taunting our dog on the back. Like,
what's up with that?
On the back porch and just like being there, and the dog is like, I can see you. I should be able to chase you, but there's this glass door in between us, and like the damn fox knows and is an asshole.
Yeah.
But hi everybody, I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. Thank you everybody for being here. Thank you all my wonderful players for being here. Thank you for this wonderful story that we're telling, and I am glad we're finally getting to see some things that have been building since episode 1, season 1, that I've been interweaving and preparing for. Or perhaps even before then, because there are certain things that came out from certain side characters that you invited to dinner that was like, yep, they were great. But I can tell you, I loved every minute of this. I loved the math being like the worst before the break, and then at dinner being like, this is my wife and my wife is great. Let me just stand here and tell you how great my wife is.
I told you all, you have to have a wife and kid. It gets you like through things in public, right? I told you before, it's like, get married. It's important.
Yeah, but I don't think marriage really worked out for Purga in this case.
Oh, yeah, I suppose. Right.
You gotta be careful.
Yeah.
Except that Math has no idea her husband, poisoned people. Because nobody told him. Also.
Yeah, it's fine. I think Kazakh has been explaining, Kazakh afterwards. I think there will be a conversation. But I loved every minute of this. I loved all of it. I can't wait to see what happens next. Thank you everyone for being here. As for me, like Pope and Trooper said, we'll be back on Wandering DM tomorrow where, again, the Ravnos here to do a murder is not the problem, but it might be the solution to this situation.
To be fair, the problem's a Bruja. Bruja are often problems.
This is
It
also
happens. You know,
Also true. I
haven't hit frenzy yet though,
No, you haven't, but you've been real close.
but I will. But it's okay. It'll be fine.
It'll be fun. We'll figure out if you get your mind back in the next round.
I will once I kill that person and eat them.
Yeah, there's that.
Once
like I
I
said-
eat them, I'll be fine.
Like I said, the next round. Then we finished our campaign of Zweihander last week. If you want to check that out, the full campaign is up on YouTube. We have one. It's great. I put all of the VODs for all of the seasons and all of the games that we play on this channel up in wonderful playlists. You want to check it out. I'm also going to tell you that I only need 3 more subscribers and then I can actually, brand and have 100. It would be great.
I'm pretty sure I've subscribed.
You have.
Check.
I appreciate you. You have. I appreciate everybody who subscribes and watches over there. I appreciate I see all of your comments and your thoughts. It's great. And then Saturday, we're back with a Song of Agapia's Fortune, and I'm just saying, choices are made, things are going on. I can't wait till they decide what's going to happen. 21 missing clerics and the remains of 7 dead paladins. That's not a problem to be concerned about at all, right?
No.
Oh, and a contract coming due with a certain personage that nobody knows the name of.
Seems like it could be bad, but what do I know?
It could be fine. It could be fine. But that's A Song of Agapia's Fortune. We'll be back with that on 8 p.m. Eastern Saturday night. And then Sunday we'll be back here for more Witcher, because we're gonna find out what's gonna happen with Gimner and this chaos fun times. Oh, I should also say, but thank you all, everybody. And if you want to see what I do and anything more else about me, you can check my Twitter, because I was going to be, and all the fun, wonderful, fabulous folks like these fine people that I get to play with, hang out with, and tell stories with. You can check the below the panel underneath here on the Twitch. I write games, and you can check out the games that I write, and all of them are there are VODs of up on the YouTube. And also apparently there's now this thing called a Ko-Fi. I'm trying to get some money together to start get some character art for the Agapia's Fortune game, because I think that crew really deserves some really great character art. So if you want to help out the channel in that way, we'd really appreciate it. Otherwise, I thank you just for being here and chilling and coming to join this story with us. Let's see if there's anybody live that we can raid, because it's a little late tonight, and sometimes nobody's raidable. So we will just say goodnight, everybody. But until next time.